back-to-back champion na natupad mo na yung sinabi mo kay Mami, meron ka bang bagong promise?
Hindi man natupad niya sa MSC, pero pangako, champion kami ulit gamit naman yung MPL-PH. Sa M2, buong mundo naman yung champion namin.
Captain Reflesia, solid mga players mo for sure. Pero ano yung pwedeng abangan ng viewers?
Feeling ko yung pinaka-abangan nyo lang is yung same enjoyment, excitement ng team namin pagdating sa paglalaro. Siguro abangan nyo na lang sa Aura PH. Yung same na ginagawa namin, yung excitement, yung saya sa game, may kita nyo pa rin. Pero yung improvement namin, ipapakita din namin sa inyo.
Aura PH, your back-to-back champions ng MPL, two-time history makers, at hindi daw sila magbabago para sa MPL Season 6. Kaabang-abang for sure. This has been MPL's Fun Talk. See you in the next one.
Hi guys, I'm Shibuy the One for an Eye and welcome to the second episode ng ating Fan Talk. This time with Keeping Up with the Loadies. Ang title natin, no? So yun na nga, mga idols yung kasama natin dito, mga kaibigan. Of course, pinapaunlakan tayo ni paring Chakyu mula sa Execration Wise, of course, of Onyx, and of course, Zapnu from Execration din, and sa mga pinakabagong membro, mga kaibigan, ng Onyx Esports would be Basic. Ladies and gentlemen, so on my first question, no? Unahin na kita, Zap, sa totoo lang. What it's like to become a celebrity?
Dati kasi, syempre, pili yung mga galaw ko eh. Pero ngayon,
Kailangan kontrolado na, no?
kontrolado na yun.
You guys have become the faces of MPL-PH. Pero not just MPL-PH, pero ng mobile gaming industry. With regards to a lot of games in mobile, no? Bakit ML?
Pili ko kasi, kahit saan pwede kong maglaro.
Ngayon ba naglalaro ka pa rin sa PC?
Hindi na dahil sa inyo.
Dahil sa ML, mas okay yung mobile gaming talaga. What is it na meron yung MLBB na wala yung iba?
Yung sa Pinas siguro yung sa community. Sobrang sikat niya talaga eh. Parang kahit yung lolo mo, kaya yan siguro talaga. Ibig sabihin lang nun, madali siyang laruin talaga.
Can you like share me a weird interaction with the fans, no? Like any moment na parang may fan na lumapit sa'yo.
Yeah, siguro nung nasa Malaysia,
Okay,
nung M1,
okay.
like, galing sa likod may pala tumatakot, biglang nangyayakap. Pero nagulat lang ako.
Anong yakap?
Nagulat ako, akala ko nakakilala ako. Kasi na-weird lang ako kasi parang first time, may nakagawa na, tapos nagpa-picture.
Ikaw, Zap, ang dami mong fans. Alam mo yan, ang dami mo siguro experience with this.
Yung season 1, siguro yung season
Okay.
1. May fans din na parang siguro nasigaw, yung may pinapakita siyang picture.
Okay.
Sa akin, hindi siya, yung picture kasi medyo SPG na picture. Yung siguro nasigaw, syempre na habang hindi pa nag-start yung game.
SPG yung picture.
Sa
Okay, oo. Ikaw, paring Wise.
Walang weird eh, pero lang, parang di lang ako sanay na yung kunyari pagtas ng game namin, di ba? Tapos parang biglang may magpapa-video greet ganon. Parang para sa akin, ang weird nun kasi hindi ako sanay sa ganon eh.
Ikaw, paring Chak, no? Aside from your interviews, no? Ano siguro yung parang mga weird interactions mo pa with a fan?
Kung kumain ako sa mga inasan. Tapos, nagpa-picture lahat ng anong tawag doon sa?
Yung crew, yung mga inasal.
Mga sila, 10-15.
Ano yung naramdaman mo nun? I mean, what did you feel? Nakakaya, no? Yeah. Feeling ko kasi naging sikat kayo bago nyo pa nalaman eh. So gusto namin malaman, parang kailan yung time na parang palagay nyo, nag-spark yung kasikatan nyo, yung popularity nyo?
Siguro, dalawang part. Nung una siguro, nung nasa Ghost ako, tapos nag-4v5 kami sa qualifiers para sa M1.
That moment, no?
That moment.
Okay.
Tapos, yung pagpasok ko sa MPL.
What about you, Zap?
Siguro nung nagtapan ako sa Global. Tapos nagtapan ako sa Assassin doon, mga Assassin. Kasi Assassin yung sa Roland doon na nakalala. Tapos nung nalaman ko talaga na medyo famous na yung ganun. Nung nagkaroon na kami sa stage ng MPL Season 1, grabe yung supporta nila.
What about you, Wise?
Feeling ko yung MPL Season 5 lang. Pero nung sa Season 5, parang feeling ko napatunayan na namin na Hindi kami tsamba.
Magaling talaga.
Talagang worth it kami sa spot na to.
Oo.
Tapos yun,
And how is your relationship with your fans? No? And I think it's more on the positive side naman. So all I want, pwede nyo na rin silang pasalamatan or message for them. Lalo pa kaming in this season 6.
Salamat sa pagsuporta guys sa akin. So, gagalingan ko pa. Gagalingan pa.
Ayun,
yun sa mga stream ko, may mga ano talaga, may mga kilala ka na nandun lagi pag stream mo, gano'n. Thank you sa mga taong
Ganun ka-solid, no?
Ganun ka-solid. Pati yung mga nagsisend ng stars. Thank you, sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa MPL Season 6.
Ikaw, Zap.
Yun, sa akin, nandun eh. Alam niyo naman yun, simula season 1 hanggang season 6. Nandiyan pa rin kayo, syempre. Maraming salamat sa support.
What about you, Basic? Para sa mga fans mo.
Masaya, tapos kulitan, gano'n. Lalo na yung mga stay from, like, yung mga fans ko ng US, hanggang ngayon nanonood pa din.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the conclusion of the second episode ng ating Fan Talk titled Keeping Up with the Lodis. Maraming salamat sa mga players and teams na syempre sumama dito sa ating interview at sa mga fans nila. I am Shibu with a 1 for an I at kita-kita tayo sa MPL-PH Season 6. Hi guys, I'm Shibu with the 1 for an I and welcome to the MPL's Fun Talk. This time on our third episode, keeping up with the Wonder Kids. Of course, pinapaunlakan tayo ngayon ng ating mga young prodigies mula sa MPL, si paring Haji mula sa Omega. Of course, we got Killer as well from Blacklist, Iyak Nu mula naman sa Onyx Esports, and Kiel VJ from Aura. Mga tol, kumusta kayo?
Okay naman? Okay naman, no?
Una, mga kaibigan, parang kailan mo na-realize na ang galing mo mag-ML?
Sa solo player ko, ay solo rank, tas yun. Naghanap ako ng mga kalaro, tas nakakasabay kami sa mga parang top tier teams na dati.
So, sumusolo ka lang, pero
Tas
may mga...
naghanap ako ng kalaro.
Oo, may mga hanap kang kalaro. Tapos mula doon, kinakaya nyo ring sumabay. Napaisip ka ba na parang kung ganun, kaya mo ba mag-pro player? Napaisip mo?
Yun yung parang naghanap na ako ng active kasi hindi sila active eh.
Okay. O sige, matungo tayo sa'yo. Haji?
Sa solo-solo lang din ako dati, tas yun, nagganap ako ng team ko, tas dati palipat-lipat ako. May nakakalaban din po akong mga pro player.
Pro players ng time na yun.
Minsan po natatalo ko sila.
Killer. What about you?
Dati naglalaro lang ako pang for fun, tapos nung umabot ako ng Glorious Legend, ganun pa yung tawag dati. Ang saya ako na nun, tapos ayun, naghanap ako ng mga active na players. Dati kasi wala pa akong squad, tapos ayun, nasali-sali ako sa squad.
Yung mga twister ko nung 5-1 yung first one.
Tapos, ayun talagang binabatak mo lang yung stars na yun? Ganon? Solo lang ba yun? Solo or may kasama ka?
Minsan puro 5 man ako.
5-man din.
Tapos nakatalo ng mga top player.
Nung una kasi, di ba, may parang hindi sila accepting for MLBB. Paano mo sila napapayag? Paano mo sila nakumbinse na okay to, suportahan ka for MLBB competitive?
Nung nakapasok ng video, nakita nyo naman, nagagaling.
What about you, Killer? Paano mo nakumbinse yung parents mo?
Nung sumasahod mo.
Oo.
Tapos nung nakapasok na ako, sila pumayag.
Ayan.
Nung una po kasi ayaw po nila kasi
Oo.
pabayaan ko doon yung skill ko. Minsan lang po ako pumapasok. Tapos, pinilit ko sila. Sabi ko, try ko lang naman. Tapos, nung nag-qualifier po ako, nakapasok naman po. Tapos, yun, nakita naman po nila masaya sila. Tapos, yun, sumasahod na din.
Meron bang instances na parang na-intimidate ka? Dahil age gap kayo ng kalaban mo?
Wala po.
Never? Also mentioned something on your debut nung season 3 as a pro player, no? Meron kang sinabi. Let's check on that video dito.
Ano masasabi mo sa Tamos?
Ano po, pagka po nakatamos po ako, kaya ko po baugin yung karain ko.
Straight to the point na nasagot.
Ayun, pag nakatams ka, ano yung background nun? Ganun ka ba ka-confident pag tams? Sure win?
Dati po.
Wala ba talagang counter? on that? Or kayang sumabay sa'yo?
Nung nakalaban nga namin si ID nang binat nila yung tanks kagad din.
Kasi sure na no? Sino yung pinaka-paborito nyong, ang term natin, puguin pag nakatapat nyo? Oh.
Yung matatanda.
Mga matatanda din. Oh, umiinit ka rin pala pag matatanda, no? Ikaw, Killer.
Yung mga nagsusupport.
Nagsusupport?
Oo. Kasi ayun yung mga nakakabuset eh.
Talaga? Bakit? Bakit nakakabusit yung mga support players?
Laging sunod na sunod. Kala mo kakampi.
Sino? Ikaw, iyak, no?
Mga katapat ka sa OT.
Ikaw, Kel.
Si Kiloash, kasi never, lahat ng practice namin lamang siya sa linya, never ata siya na nalugi sa linya. Baga parang ang galing.
Oo, totoo, no?
Laging tas ng farm kasi sa panel namin.
Totoo ba na kapag mas malakas mag-ML, magaling din sa school? Oo, hindi. Oo, okay. Anong favorite mong subject sa school?
Math.
Math, okay. Ikaw, Kel, what about you?
Opo.
Oo, sa'yo. Bakit? Pwede ko
Kasi
ba
madiskarte.
Pwede kang-
Madiskarte ka gumawa kung paano matatapusin yung mga gawa.
Oo. Bukod sa pagiging pro player, ano yung gusto mong maging?
IT.
IT.
Simula ng mga, pinig isa sa online game, tapos parang galing ng mga programming sa pag nagde-develop ng game.
Nagde-develop ng game, no? Nakakabilib. What about you, Iyak?
Yung programa.
Gusto mong gumawa ng laro? Ikaw, Kila?
Seaman.
Seaman!
Gusto ko lang maglakbay.
Yes! Alright, so ikaw naman, Hajizi, kung sakali, bilang, aside from being a pro player, ano pag gusto mo maging?
Maging pilot para makita yung langit.
Kita mo yung langit, no?
Mahilig po kasi ako pumili taas.
Yeah, maganda yun. Oh.
Lalo, paggabi, nagawa natin.
So for our next question, aside from your parents, no? Sino pa yung mga taong sumuporta sa inyo, no? So, mauna ka na, Iyak, no?
Mga kaibigan ko dati.
Dati din.
Hanggang ngayon.
Yung mga klase ko po, teachers sa principal.
What about you, Killer? Sino yung mga sumuporta sa iyo?
Klase ko din po dati.
Kaklase din, na? Ikaw, Hajizi.
Yung mga kalaro ko po dati, tas mga kaibigan ko din dati hanggang ngayon. Pag umuwi ako,
Supported ka rin.
sinusuportahan ako. Tas yung mga teacher, tapos yung teacher ko po, tas nakakaklase din.
Yun, ladies and gentlemen, these are the youngest talents that we have for our professional players nitong ating third episode of Fun Talk, Keeping Up with the Wonder Kids. I am Shimbu with the 1, 4, and I at kita-kits tayo sa MPL-PH Season 6. Hi guys, I'm Shinbu.
At ako naman si Manjin.
At kami ang Manjibu Thunder.
And this is the MPL
Meta
Meta
Dive,
Dive.
kung saan pag-uusapan namin ang mga napaka-importanting bagay at detalye sa paglalaro ng MLBB.
And for episode 1, papakilala namin sa inyo ang Sanctuary Lord.
Ayun na mga kaibigan, the Sanctuary Lord, one of the biggest objectives sa paglalaro ng MLBB. This guy here actually works much like a minion din naman tulad ng Lancer, Infantry at Cannon, but you have to fight him first, no? Before he will join the fight for you. Ayun ang pinakamalaking bahagi ng Lord para sa inyong team, no? This Lord, upon fighting him, will be joining you in pushing a lane. Makikita niyo dito sa ating screen, ladies and gentlemen, that the Lord here has joined the red side team in taking the push against the inhibitor turret of the blue team.
Kaya nakikita na nga natin na ang red side ay ginagamit na ang Lord sa kanilang pag-push. Ang tanong, paano nga ba nila nakuha yan? Saan at tuwing kailan mo makukuha ang Lord? Napakadali lang naman ang sagot. Ang Lord po ay lumalabas either sa taas na part ng jungle or sa babang part ng jungle. Every 9 minutes within the game, magsuspawn ang level 1 na Lord. Ngayon, ang tanong, kukunin mo ba mag-isa o kukunin yung 5? Depende sa kalakasan ng team nyo yan. Kailangan nyo lang mag-ingat kasi ang Lord ay merong mga skills. Yung una dyan ay yung casual spin at yung pangalawa naman ay yung tidal burst. Again, pag napatay nyo yung Lord, nag 9 minutes na, every 4 minutes ng laro, nag-e-enhance yan. Ang tanong, paano pag hindi nyo napatay ng 9 minutes? Kapag nag 12 minutes, biglaan siya magre-respond mag-isa. Magpapalakas siya, kumbaga. So, kada Lord na kada kuha nyo ay lumalakas.
Kaya naman hindi lang basta pagkuha ng Lord ang kailangan mong konsiderahin. There is of course the damage, the execution spell, and also the positioning. All of which that results to you in taking the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, after the Lord has been slain, you can have the Lord fight for you na nga. Wherein you can encash and of course lead your team to victory.
Bibigyan kita ng example, Kuya Shin, ng isang napakagandang play na ginawa dito ng Sunsparks laban sa Onyx sa Grand Finals ng MPL Season 5. Kakabuhay lang ni Grid dito at kinukuha na ni Nakiel BJ ng mga kampi niya yung Lord, tapos gusto nang i-contest ng Onyx. Pansinin natin na nandito si kaibigang Wise sa base at alam nila na lugi ang Onyx dito. Pero titingnan natin dito dahil polado na si Kiel BJ, si Grid, sinubukan niyang kunin si Dilar actually. Pero kung titignan mo si Grid, guys, ayan, kung nakikita niya kulay pula, nag-decide siya na wag na lang natin kunin yung Lord. Psychohin na lang natin yung kalaban and let's play mind games with the Lord. Dahil kung mapapansin nyo, mag-zoom in yung camera dito sa base and kinuha na ni Grid yung opportunity dahil alam niyang naglo-Lord yung mga kalaban niya. Sabi niya, why not? Tapusin ko na lang since nasa Lord sila. So, with that in mind, one thing to take note sa nangyaring play na yon ay ang Lord po ay hindi lang basta-basta pwede mong makunin, pwede mo rin siyang gawing bait or pwede ka mag-strategize ng kahit anuman sa pagkuha ng Lord. Ganon yun kaimportante. Hindi yun mangyayari, hindi mangyayari ang victory ng Sunsparks kung wala yung Lord attempt na kinuha nila.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The very basics of information pagdating sa Sanctuary Lord and of course sa mga advanced tactics that revolves around the Lord of Fight. I am Shibu with the one for an eye.
At ako naman si Manjin at kami ang Manjin Bu Tandem. I hope na magamit nyo yung mga strategies na yan sa mga future rank games nyo or sa mga normal games nyo lang. Once again, this is the MPL Meta Dive.
Hi guys, I'm Shinbu with the one for an eye.
At ako naman si Manjin.
At kami ang Manjin Bu Tandem.
And this is second episode of MPL Meta Dive.
Kung saan ang pag-uusapan natin ay ang meta. Meta, tol.
So ano nga ba ang ibig sabihin niyan? Sa mas pinadaling salita, kada laro ay meron tayong mga sikat or mga umuusong strategies na madaling gawin para manalo.
No? So, the biggest indicator of the meta or alam mo yun, parang impacting ng meta would be of the patch.
Notes.
Presented to us in the patch notes. But presenting the patch notes to you, usually it is divided into 3 segments. No? You have a buff, meaning pinalakas. You have the nerf, meaning pinahina, and you also have some adjustments. No?
Ang magandang talakayan natin dito ay ano-ano nga ba yung mga usong metas per season. Simulan ko na.
Simulan mo na,
per
tol.
season ng MPL Season 1, favorite hero ng lahat, Fanny. Bakit? Kuya Shinbu, siya lang ang may pinaka-unique na kit sa lahat. Mabilis yung rotation, mabilis nakaka-response, and malakas din yung damage.
I would describe Season 1's meta, aside from the funny, as a meta or a season of kills.
A season of
Kung
kills.
saan napaka-popular ang mga assassins at hindi ganun kasikat ang mga support. Actually,
Hindi talaga.
walang pumipili ng support para Manjin, di ba?
So, ayun nga yung Season 1. Kuya Shin, ano ba yung naging meta ng Season 2?
Of course, the Season 2 meta, paring Manjin, has been characterized of the buffs that was done on the front line and the direct nerfs doon sa mga assassins ng Season 1. Isa sa mga pinakamalaking indicator ng naging meta for Season 2 compared to Season 1 would be of Selena and Kimi.
Yes.
Because they can dish out good damage from a very safe distance.
So, meron kang damage na Kimi na simula hanggang malayo pa lang. Tapos, meron kang 3-second arrow stun.
Yes.
Na nagmula sa Selena, na ikaw na rin nagsabi, pwede ka magtimpla ng kape. Kada tatamaan ka ng pana ni Selena. And isa yun sa mga naging paraan ng team ng Signal Ultra para manalo ng championship. With that, Kuya Shinbu, after Season 2, nag-evolve na naman yung game. Pumasok yung Season 3.
Nung Season 3, nagkaroon tayo ng kakaibang approach na naman sa meta. Mas lalo ulit binawasan yung damage ng mga burst heroes natin. At din, mga team fights ay mas mahahaba.
Matatagal,
Oo, matatagal kasi talagang ang taas na naman ulit ng mga buffs and changes pagdating sa prolonged team fights in the form of fighter.
And mind you, dahil doon sa mga fighter setup at mas matatagal na laban ng mga teams, parang mas naging safer din yung laruan ng mga teams. Mas natuto na sila mag-objectives.
Yes.
And pinakita yon ng Archangel.
Yeah.
Look at this. Ang baba ng score nito, 10 minutes, pero ganyan lang, 12-2. Medyo
Yes.
stamp na kasi to. Pero ng mga
Oo.
bandang early, medyo safe ang laruan nila. You know what, Kuya Shinbu, since siningit mo na yung mga supports, papasok na tayo sa meta ng Season 4. Ano pa ba ang mga kit ng supports na nagpapaganda rin sa kanila? Yung kanilang mga battle spells. At isa sa mga battle spells na gamit nung Season 4 ay ang best battle spell. And look at this, the Arrival battle spell. After na pumasok yung battle spell na yan with, actually playoffs din ata, nagkaroon ng update yan eh. Yan din yung naging game changer sa buong playoffs.
Oh, and again, I just also want to characterize that Season 4 revolves more on the macro.
Macro playstyle.
Meaning, kinokonsidera na yung iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa.
Season 5, I think, nagkaroon ng parang pinakasikat na meta. And unti-unti na rin natututo yung mga players natin from ranked games and yung mga other teams na, ito yung gagawin natin itong meta. Ang tinatawag nating funnel strategy. At natutunan ng mga players na, paano kaya kung ibigay natin sa isang hero lang lahat ng jungle camps? Makakakuha kaya siya ng mataas na levels kagad? Makakakuha kaya siya ng napakalakas na power spike kagad? At dahil nangyaring natutunan nila yon at tinanong nila, yun yung naging strategy.
Ngayon lang talagang Season 5 nagkaroon ng emphasis on getting that one hero to be really fed and become strong in leading your team to victory.
Ganon na nga, guys, nag-evolve ang meta sa buong 5 seasons ng MPL.
Well, that has been the meta review for all our 5 seasons, ladies and gentlemen. And tama nga paring Manjin, things are just getting more and more exciting and legendary for the ongoing meta of MLBB. Once again, kami yung naging host for this segment. I am Shimbu, the one for an
At ako naman si Manjin. And magkita-kita tayo sa susunod na episode ng MPL's Taday.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines. Now on its Season 6 regular season, we are currently on our Week 6, the very first day of our 6th week. And of course, we are your casters. I'm your anchor, Shibu with the one for an eye, with my analyst here, Butters. And of course, we'd like to thank our official sponsors. We got our official telco partner, Smart. Ladies and gentlemen, squad up and rank up and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
We do have our official sponsor, Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7 Pro, alongside the Realme 7, will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon on Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now.
Biggest thanks to our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in esports, PayMaya. Just put it there.
Get
for a
5%
bit. Get
cash back.
5% cash back
Yeah.
when you secure
your gaming pins.
gaming pins.
Via PayMaya, ladies and gentlemen, of course.
Get 50 peso credits
yeah,
from
the 50
PayMaya.
Yeah, that was the last promotion.
Yeah.
We got the 50 pesos credits
When
now.
you download and register using the code MLBB, terms and conditions apply.
Awesome. Of course, we got our partner in esports. We got TikTok Live. Check out MLBB's channel in TikTok Live. And of course, get a chance to win legendary prizes from Mobile Legends. We also got our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, Here Like a Pro. And of course, the MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Munton. So this is it. We didn't mention this is the very first day of our 6th week, ladies and gentlemen, way past halfway and very close to the conclusion of our regular season. Only just 3 weeks remaining, including this one. Yeah, and we have 2 series set for today for this day number 1. Let's not wait anymore. We got Bren versus Omega. On to the first insights of this, Butters. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's a battle of adjustment. We only had our Project Next patch for
just deployed
a couple of days before the MPL, and I think the coaches had a lot of sleepless nights just studying it, and even the players.
Indeed, even the players, actually. And, you know, that would be one of the biggest shake-off during this regular season. I would dare say it would impact our current standings happening right now. And of course, to check the standings of our playing teams, we got Bren Esports sitting on top of their group, actually sitting on top of the whole regular season here with an aggregated points of 20. Next to them within their group would be of Omega. Of course, accounting for other groups or for the totality of the regular season, we have Aura-PH following up onto Bren sitting at 18 points. You also have the status there for the other teams within each group. Take note, guys, that again, in this round robin format between the groups, there will be a double round robin system within the groups, and rather between the groups we would have a single round robin system. So you'd be expecting them to face at least once if you are talking about teams in different groups.
So right now, looking at the groups, Shinbu, we do have Bren Esports and Omega, the frontliners of Group B. Now, 16 points to 20 points, Bren Esports sitting here comfortably, even if they lose this 2-0, which I don't think they will let that happen. Omega will still sit at 19 points.
Yes. And that would be a big boost in their points. That is, for some reason, despite having, you know, consecutive wins here for Bren Esports, it's like someone very capable of actually getting close to them, right? Getting close to them. And still, that is a clear statement that you cannot be so confident. I mean, I'm not saying Bren is confident. I feel like they're just really strong, right? But you cannot be too overconfident in whatever lead you have established for the regular season, because even with just within a week, you can be offset heavily by 6 points, right?
Yep, it's really just basic math, and if you think about it, if you go complacent at week number 6, it is going to be a big problem for you.
It is. And now we get our curiosity that lies, of course, to the undefeated team, Bren Esports.
Madi-describe ko yung team ko na malakas kasi lahat ng kasali na sa MPL na makakalaban namin Ready. Kasi ready na kami sa MPL Season 6. Yung kakampi namin, si Flap. Bago namin yan. 3 days hindi naliligo. Meron kaming TZ Nation. May connection kami bawat players dito. Sa iba wala.
Meron kami isang coach na kakaiba mag-isip. Hindi basta-basta.
Meron kaming experience. May champion ng MPL 1, MPL 2, MPL 3. Tapos may Sigil Gold medalist din. Tsaka may bago kaming player na ako sa Panalo.
Para sa akin, walang threat kasi baka TZ Nation na yung kaharap nyo, pre.
TZ Nation. I actually love that. I mean, that will be some heavy branding and nice branding as well from the Bren Esports organization. And of course, for this lineup card, TZ, Rebo, Flap, TZ, Few, Lusty, and EJ. And of course, I would like to have a few acknowledge actually each and every one of his members here being the captain, knowing that they have champions from different seasons. They have veterans from different seasons. As far as SEA Games gold medalists, they have it in their lineup. And someone who is hungry to win, right? In the form of Flap TZ, right?
It's all about chemistry. Now, when you think about it, if you have Season 1, Season 2, Season 3 champions, then a couple of gold medalists, that is a superstar team.
Yeah.
And sometimes ego can be a part of what brings you down. But Bren Esports, they don't really think about it. They're glued together.
Yeah.
They know how they play.
Yeah.
They keep themselves leveled, and they are showing results.
Yes, they're showing results. And I'm actually very curious of how will they adapt really onto this new Project Next patch. It is so exciting. I mean, if you're accounting for the Project Next patch, yes, we can all theory craft. I actually did my own theory crafting but shied away from publishing it because I think the best way to really enforce your understanding of the Project Next patch is to just look at the teams. It's much solid, right? Because they've spent good time still trying to understand it and practice it. But of course, I know we have different times for here. Let's check the Omega.
Describe ko yung team ngayon as Giyang Manalo.
Describe ko po yung team ko as family kasi po sila po yung second family ko. Kasi sila po yung lagi ko kasama ngayon.
Gigil. Kumbaga this season, gigil kami mag-champion. And tingin ko, ito na yung season na yun.
Mga sawa na matalo. Kaya gagalingan namin ngayong season 6.
Magkakapatid po dahil po komportable po kami sa isa't isa tsaka po pag nag-away ay magkakabati agad.
Chemistry namin lahat, kami anim. Parang pag kami naglaro, parang kaya namin manalo kahit sino ko lang. Gusto ko lang din malaman kung papalag ba yung lineup nila na yun sa akin.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got the Omega roster lineup at GC, Toshi, Kurt Z, Hayes, Heath, and Kenji. I really love this. I love the fact that right after the deployment of the Project Next patch, what we have is these two teams, facing. I think it's a nice reference for all teams. Because I would be disappointed. I know this is too subjective, but I would be disappointed if I don't see something prepared here for these two teams because I totally expect these two teams to be prepared, even though it's very difficult to do it. Right?
This is poetic justice, if you ask me.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Bren Esports, they show that no matter what patch, no matter what ban system you're using, they are going to dominate. But for Omega, they're having a hard time. They're having trouble to, adjust a bit with the 10-ban setup. They got comfortable with it. They showed results. But right now, Omega, there is another hurdle in front of them. And it's bigger than Bren Esports because it's the patch of the game itself.
It's the patch of the game itself, especially on a team who, feels like they have patches for breakfast, actually, Omega, right? They always try something new. They're kind of the best one to really understand the patch on a different scale compared to other teams. And of course, in this juncture, we'd like to ask you guys to get your phones and of course, scan the QR code up top, up above Kenji, that's actually that will get you into a landing page of the team, of the respective team. And you can check out their contents, you can check out their running stats, information, and you just show your support for the teams. And there we go, we got our teams featured right now. That's Bren and Omega for you. Later on, we're gonna be looking into their head-to-head stats, you know, the proper breakdown for this game, seeing their history, and seeing the available possibilities as well of what will happen in this episode, in this week, where we have the Project Next patch.
I'm excited, although they can't really use the revamped
Yes, the
heroes
revamped
from
heroes,
Project Next. But I think there is substantial changes into the game. Number 1, jungling. Number 2, some of the heroes were given a lot of buffs, namely Tigreal and Alice.
Yes, and that's the thing. It's not necessarily a revamp for some, right? There's still some sizable patch and nerfs out there, and there is a very big changes within the lanes, within the jungle, and it's actually finding that fine line. It's actually reading between the lines. It's actually reading between the lines. What is the hidden message? What would be the most effective tactic available for this Project Next patch? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually asking you guys, our viewers, to feel free to send your insights, comment out there. You know, make it insightful, right? Make our chat box insightful, and tell us and share what are your theory crafts. What are the possible rotations? What heroes will rise up for this Project Next patch? And we got the head-to-head here for these two teams. We got Bren, we got Omega. It is still mainly dominated on by Bren, but mind you guys, I just want to remind that these numbers are pretty big on both stats, as both teams has been gaining. Well, there's an obvious momentum onto Bren, but Omega is now clearly establishing momentum.
Omega, if you see these stats, these are pre-Project Next. So there's going to be a huge change in the pacing of the game right now. So Shinbu, Omega, they got hold of what they want. And they really just got, the main idea of how to play their game. They tried playing with Genji. They tried playing with Curtizi. They mix and match, and now they have the perfect setup.
Yeah,
now,
they got the perfect setup. Butters here. I feel like in these times of unrest, especially with the patch, in these times of uncertainty, especially with the patch, I feel like that kind of mix-up would be nice, just accounting for your lineup, just accounting for your teams. It would be nice to face this kind of patches, right?
And to be honest, I know Bren has a certain understanding. Now, the question is, how does Bren see it? Because Bren has been one of the most creative teams in terms of rotation. They created their own play style, and they thrived in it.
Yes.
But for the side of Omega, they were really just trying to see what will happen, trying to shake things up. But you know what? I'm expecting more from Omega, but I'm expecting a lot from Bren as well.
I'm also expecting a lot on this matchup. We have a very beautiful matchup here, even though they have different roles. For now, on our previous role allocations, we'll be expecting the role allocations to change, especially with Project Next. We got Rebo versus Hayes here. These are actually former brothers, ladies and gentlemen, in the form of Bren, in the form of the Aether main team. And both has very, very deep respect from each other. Both are SEA Games gold medalists as well, and played for the Philippine team, And they're rolling with really, really nice KD, especially for their role. That's number 5 for a fighter position. Usually top 10 or top 8 is always handled by the carry position, right? And very, very high KDA as well for Hayes here. Number 10 on the support position. You don't see that often.
Former teammates, that legendary Aether main team from Season 1 that swept the whole landscape, of the MLBB scene. Now, on the different sides of the map. It's not the first time that they met each other under the flag of another organization. But you know what? I heard with Hayes in a certain interview that one of the players that he respects the most is Rebo. That's because Rebo doesn't die as much. And you can see it in the KDA. Rebo actually was the one with the least deaths way back Season 1. So it just shows that this guy, even if you put him in an offlane role, in a not safe role, he's gonna do well.
Yeah, there's just heavy consistency on the guy for Rebo. It's not just consistency based off based off being safe, right? It's also consistency that when there's an opportunity to really strike, to be aggressive and to really bring the fight against your enemy, that's where Rebo, because I cannot really consider Rebo, despite having very low death, I really cannot consider Rebo as a conservative player. I find him as an aggressive player still.
Really aggressive. And it's the thing about the Bren Esports playstyle. They do not really put their fighters under the weather.
Yeah.
Like, they try to poke as much as possible, and if it's the right time for the offlaners to just jump in, they will do that. If they deplete the resources of the enemy team, skills, cooldowns, everything in between, Rebo and Flap thrives.
They will, yeah. Especially for the side lane right now, which has more resources. It's your choice. You just either go for the EXP lane. You just either go for the gold lane here. I'm curious how these two, consistent and willing to fight players in the form of Flapsy and Rebo capitalize on this one, because on the other side you have Toshi as well. Right?
This is quite interesting for Curtsy and Toshi. This is not a new setup for them. They've met this setup before. They met this duo before.
Yeah.
And they know well that these two are very capable for the side of Bren Esports. But Bren Esports, these are very talented players as well. If they do not respect these two players from Omega, they're gonna punish them.
Yeah. They're totally gonna punish them. They are totally, if you're not careful, you'll be bite. You'll receive a bite from Toshi and Courtesy there. There is also some inherent weakness as well for Toshi and Courtesy. For example, like when they are behind, they have the tendency of really just committing to that aggressive playstyle and not accounting of how behind they are. And that's why there's no coming back, or there's no breathing room for them in terms of playstyle, in terms of game pacing. And again, this is speaking of when they are behind. Despite Omega having a playstyle of a bit slow, low kill count, always calculated. And that's what I love about matches like this. The last time they actually fought, it was a low kill count game.
It was.
It involved a lot of rotation, just a vision, but very low kill count, right?
And both of the teams here know what to do, and that's how you gauge a high level game. If it has a low kill count, then that means both of the teams here are playing high level MLBB. But the thing is, for high level MLBB, you don't really beat them on the kill count. You beat them on how you jungle choke.
Yeah.
You get the objectives. You secure everything for your team. And when the time comes that you really just need to push, that's the time where you can get those kills.
Yeah. And that's what these teams are after, those timings, getting that push, right? Because even though, they have the good KDAs, they have nice skill counts and stuff like that, they know the heaviest value for Mobile Legends. Even back then, even before the Project Next patch, it's always objectives, right? It's always just getting that pressure on, just getting your map unlocked, just making sure that the enemy has little access to their resources, right? And I mean, it's kind of a basic thing. It's kind of a fundamental thing for MLBB, and I love how these two veteran and well-versed teams just sticks to it. The curiosity will lie on the experimental part of the Project Next patch, right? I mean, who's experiment? Who's willing to make a gamble in terms of draft, in terms of approach, in terms of playstyle, right? We'll be seeing what is suggested to be still the effective playstyle right now, because I kind of agree on that part. The 1-3-1 setup, I do believe that even in the Project Next patch, I think the 1-3-1 setup is still very viable. It's just that you have to tweak it a bit. It's not really 1-3-1. It's starting to become like 3-1-1 or 3-1-1 or 1-1-3.
Yeah.
Back then, the 1-3-1 setup, here's the thing. Okay, I actually want to share this already, right?
Go ahead.
So, back then, before the Project Next patch, you guys totally understand the 1-3-1 setup, right? You guys already know how the 1-3-1 setup works. You put 3 players in the mid lane and get an advantage on whatever lane you go, right? In the jungle, you get an advantage of 3 versus you get a worse fight of 3 versus 3. Worst comes to worst, the side lane will respond. You get a jungle fight of 4 players online, right? Because the side lane also participates. Originally, the rotation would also go like this. 1-3-1, then you get a 4-0-1. Or you get a 1-0-4. Depending on how the 3-man unit will rotate. Now, we have the project next patch. And again, guys, just a quick disclaimer. We're still on the theory crafting phase.
We are still
on the theory crafting phase. I don't believe that really something is set in stone on here.
No.
The only way to really gauge it is to watch games, observe, and give it a month. I would say at least a month. Not even 2 weeks, actually. At least give it a month to really have the patch and the playstyle, especially with this massive change, normalized. Now, going back, I still believe, especially with Honda B suggesting it, I still believe that we are still in the 131, except that the 131 config will not anymore translate to a 401 or 104. That's the part where it is all script. I believe that what will happen is 131, but we will have 131, and instead of 3 members rotating, we only have 2 members rotating, and that's flexible as well.
Yes.
You don't want to have someone missing on a lane. So you will have 311 after the 131 or 113. No more 401, no more 104. Because again, why? If you let go of a lane, if you allow a lane to be 0, you allow one player who's in the lane to take the turret shield. And the turret shield is one of the biggest source of gold right now in the game. Yes, I would even dare say more than the gold lane, honestly. I think the turret shield is one of the biggest changes right there, because that's a big chunk of gold, really, and that would change your playstyle. You'd want to get that gold.
And you really have to be snappy in getting those skills. I mean, if you're a three-man team going to the top lane or the bot lane, what makes you think that the other team would just imitate,
sit by, right?
imitate it or mirror it?
Yeah.
Some teams will just sit by and just get the plating in front of them.
Yeah.
And how do you fight that? I mean, if you do not get
the kill with 4-man unit,
with a 4-man unit, and you get pushed back, that's going to be a big blow into your economy.
Yes, and that's the thing. That again, guys, this is just theory crafting still. You know, there's, I think, the 2-2-1 theory crafts are also valid. The 1-2-2 theory crafts are also valid. We have a 1-1-1 theory craft where you get 2 members rolling on the jungle, right? That's also valid.
A lot of people are claiming that they have the formula, they have this, they have that. But still,
it's best to
you have to realize that being first doesn't really make you correct.
Yes.
Being first doesn't really make you correct. I mean, there's still experiment on it. You still need
the best way is to look.
Yeah. You have your sample sizes.
Yeah.
And if you get a current sample size, you get enough. And that's the only time that you can tell us,
that
or you can tell people that it's reliable, that it's the meta, most effective tactic available.
Yeah. An answer is, an answer can be an answer. No problem with that, right? But the question is the answer reliable?
Yeah.
Again, this goes way back from the lesson of statistics. Like, if you get a certain statistic, there is a level of significance. So when we say the level of significance, or it is kind of, or maybe I'm mixing some things up, but there is clearly there is another requirement for that answer or for that statistic, and that is the reliability. How confident you are with your answer. And actually, statistics can answer that. Like, you could go with just 90% reliable, 95% reliable. So you're leaving out like around 5% room for error.
But still, there is 5%.
Yeah.
5% is still 5%.
5% is still 5%, even 1%. Yeah.
If someone makes sure that, we can abuse that 5% and turn it to our favor, and they find another rotation that's more effective, then what do? Then that means it's not the most effective tactic available now.
Yes, you'd have to test again, right?
So there are a lot of tactics available right now on social media, on YouTube.
Yeah.
A lot of people are claiming that they are correct.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I think what the better thing to do is to check the coaches, check the players, understanding.
Read everything. Read all of that. Read all of that. Hear from them. But watch the games. That's the best way. Like, read from them. Check out whose answer is the most correct, who's the most appropriate, and I think that's the best way to go about it.
And at times, Shinbu, it's not about who's the most correct.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I agree that whoever is whatever the answer is to your question that you're most comfortable with.
Yeah.
Sometimes it makes that correct already.
It works, right? I mean, it would work for you. I mean, we've seen it in certain games, like, not following the meta, but just choosing your the most comfortable approach, and it still works, right?
I mean, Balmond on Onyx.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really one of the best heroes right now.
Direct on NXP.
Direct on NXP.
Direct on NXP, right?
So,
So
a lot of things happening. And
Totally.
I am just excited to head straight to the drafting because you know what? There's a lot of emphasis now into winning your draft just because the lanes are more reliable. And if you can zone out people on your lane, then that means they're not getting the gold or the XP intended for them.
And well, if there's 100% thing, the only 100% thing are those written in the patch.
Yeah, those are the 100% things.
That's 100% thing. Like if there are like 2 or 3 of you hitting the jungle camps, the jungle camps will increase. Will have a damage reduction, right? You will have a damage reduction of 15% cap at 60%. So there is that. Maybe you'd want to reconsider trying to hit a jungle camp with 2 members and just focus on your lane.
And that deliberately itself slows down the funnel strategy. It slows it down. Not really kills it, but it slows it down.
Slows it down, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see. We are officially into the draft, guys. Also, I think a good percentage here is that we have. Here's one thing. I would say it is also 100% because it's not really a statistic. The direction of the patch, I think the patch is totally suggesting to pick up a jungler. Decide on a jungler, right? For this, so we'd be seeing a retribution. We'd be seeing at least 1 retribution now.
I'm saying people get 2 retributions.
Even 2 retributions. They're rolling. So here's the thing. I'm curious about lineups without retribution now because I think it would be a very difficult lineup, right? Because you get a lot of benefit by having retribution, especially if you're doing the jungle.
Shinbu, there's a thing about side laners getting the Raptor Machete as well.
Yeah.
So
they're actually doing
now, they don't have that option anymore. I mean, if they go retribution, then that's fine. You can go for Raptor Machete.
But still, your lane.
But still, you won't have the flicker.
Yeah,
you won't have the purify. You won't have the others.
And the enemy on your lane will have the flicker. We might have an execute. And if they win their lane, because right now I would say this is 100%. You have to win your lane. You have to win. I mean, I won't say
it's almost only certain that you have to win.
I digress. It's not a 100%, but the patch also suggests. I'm pretty certain about it. You win your lane,
and
you should win your lane.
The patch tells us a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Win your lane.
Yeah.
Fight.
Oh yeah, fight for your lane, because if you really lose that lane, your enemy will have a very big advantage to you. They don't even need to rotate. They just need to push. They just need to push. And here's the thing, because of that shield mechanic, butters. You get the shield mechanic, right? If you shove a lane, you get the shield mechanic. You get more gold as you hit the shield. And the shield means maximum uptime for the turret. If you have maximum uptime for the turret and you're dead, you're not in your lane, that means your turret will be killing the minions. So, that's a lot of uptime for the turret. That's a lot of enemy minions that might not be put into your pocket, right? So, that's, again, your enemy got a lot of gold, and they have a lot of ways to deny you of gold as well. And that's the thing. Win your lane. I would suggest win your lane.
Yeah, and look at this. Omega going straight for the Jawhead and the Ruby. Now, these are 2 dueling side laners.
Yeah.
If they are gonna go to the side lane, I mean, Jawhead is one of those picks that can go to the jungle as well, and we've been talking about this. Jawhead is probably one of the best roles or best heroes to fill that jungle role.
Look at this, Butters. It's the first time we're seeing the likes of Ruby getting first pick now, right? Project Next.
This is Project Next, and if you think about it, for the side of Bren Esports, you have Yu Zhong, Chango, and Cho. So I'm guessing for Bren Esports that this Cho is going to be the tank, but Chango, this is something that we have to see because it's not as strong as the previous patch.
Yeah.
There are some nerfs that happened.
Yes.
It gave her capability to fight early and to give slows a bit of a hit. So I'm kind of 50-50 on the Chango, but still, the Meteor Shower is the same.
Very strong in the lane. Establish a lot of pressure in the lane. It actually clears the lane quite quickly. Also flexible on the side lanes. Very rewarding if you get into the AXP lane. Totally okay even if you put on the gold lane. But I do believe, Chango is just very, very safe right now for the running meta. Although, if players starts mastering or remastering the assassin role once again, which is heavily suggested for the jungle position, Chango might struggle. But we'll see. Again, we are not yet into the normalizing phase of the Project Next patch, right? We're just on, on the rising action. We're yet to witness the effect and impact of Project Next.
Still, the climax is still to be hit.
It's still to be hit, yeah.
So,
well, here's one thing, Butters. I just realized we don't have to suffer on the Digi anymore.
Yeah.
Bye-bye Digi strategy. No more bans on Bren Esports for Digi.
Yeah. And I think the Digi strat, for the most part, or that Digi ban for the most part, is a waste.
Yeah, it's a totally
you can ban out another hero that's really strong for that slot.
Yeah,
but
I'm just glad we won't see it again.
I mean, it was creative, but
it was creative, but
it got old fast.
Got old, so it didn't age well.
It didn't age well. It didn't really age well. So Alice is here. There's a significant rework on this Alice. Now her ultimate is toggled. It doesn't have a cooldown anymore. So you can just pick it up, and there is a magic mana regeneration for her orbs. So if you get those, you get more lane sustain, and you actually can fight against those heroes.
That's
well,
a pretty strong
it's pretty
adjustment.
strong.
Alright.
And the Blood Ode, it had a bit of a decrease in terms of cooldown, so it can be spammable right now, even especially with that new passive
Blood?
that you get mana regeneration with the orbs.
Yes, well, let's wait, ladies and gentlemen, here, as I cannot but feel Bren Esports is yet to reveal their 2 cores here. Normally, we're starting to acknowledge 2 cores in the game, one being the jungler and one being the full carry, but sometimes they still do the 1-3-1. Alright, we're seeing a Claude.
Of course, Claude. It's one of those heroes that, how do I say this, can get the retribution without even thinking that they're gonna suffer. Because Claude with the BMI can just go in and out, use the Blazing Duet, and just get out of harm's way if he has to. That's how the Claude maneuvers. So if you see like Alice or Ling throwing out their ultimates, you can just go in and try to kill everyone.
But and the thing here, Butters, about Claude is there's just really a lot of gold in the early game.
Yeah.
And Claude, all Claude needs is, well, 2 items really, right? But even that 1 item easily accelerates your way towards your second core item. But I love this. Right now, we are accounting for the setup of these 2 teams. Clearly, both of them are utilizing single cores only in the form of Claude for Bren Esports, Ling still for Omega. I cannot but feel that these 2 carries are also the junglers. Right? Will be the retribution holder.
So this is surprising. They still go for that certain 1-3-1 setup, but they secured good off-laners, side laners on their side. And if you can see here, Rebo is with the Popol and Koopa side lane. I expected this to just come out because there's this thing about Popol and Koopa that they can lane dominate as long as Popol and Koopa are together.
Yeah, and the support would still be Chango, right? Chango. So, if I'm not mistaken, on the 1-1-3 or on the 1-3-1 setup for the Project Next patch, you have the mid laner for the support position. That's the one you're gonna be leaving here, and occasionally the jungler, the one with the retribution, would just visit the side lanes. Actually, not the mid lane, because why side lane? He wants to target the gold lane, honestly. You want to target those shield and, again, try to make a push using a 1-1-3 setup. And, again, Chango is really good on maintaining your lane. It's very, very hard to push against the Chango if you're just relying on the minions, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just very, very excited about this match. I'm actually glad not much has been changed from our previous team setups. But still, change is change, and change will be there. Change will be there.
And
change will be there for
change
for the whole game, right?
It's still the same idea that Bren has been living on, that Chang'o and Cho set up the concussive blast and the pokes coming out from the Chang'o. They have high first blood capability here out to the side of Bren Esports. So I think Omega should look out for a flicker coming out from the Cho.
Yeah. Well, that is expected.
That is expected.
Lusty.
It's Lusty.
I mean, right?
Lusty will just try to go for that.
Yeah.
It's how he goes. Like, there's this certain thing about Lusty that it's okay if he dies as long as the enemy dies first.
Yeah, is disrupted, and there are 2 points of heavy conflict here, guys. One would be of the jungle, but more so on side lanes. I think on the side lane, especially on the gold lane. Especially when a team is trying to get a good chunk out of that bonus gold with the shield protection, right? So you'd want to account that, ladies and gentlemen. So there we go. Right now we just have a technical pause here for our teams, ladies and gentlemen. And so far, well, we have to account for the first rotation. Yeah, that's the thing. We have to account what jungle comp will they be targeting first? Who will be assisting who? Right? I do believe there is still a leash mechanic here, right? But again, it's totally not encouraged to always go with your jungler, because again, there is a damage reduction in the creeps.
I think in a way, Shinbu, not much will change, because the thing is, for the previous meta, you clearly have to put it in a way, or see it in a way, that after the first wave, the support doesn't really go out of lane anymore.
Yeah,
what the support does is she tries to clear that second wave alone.
Yeah,
so that
just the
they
mid
can
lane.
he can get full minion gold.
Yes.
XP.
Yes.
And he can maneuver to level 4
Yeah.
and get that mask going on his side, if they're ever gonna go for that dual mask setup.
Here we go. Let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be our very first game for the very first series of the very first day of the 6th week of the MPL Season 6 regular season. Bren Esports versus Omega. Alright, so Cloud will be targeting the Fiend here, whereas Hajizi will start on the purple buff. Both are just doing assist here for the lane, because you'd want to at least get lane advantage.
Oh!
Yeah, force a flicker against Few. Nice gank there by Hit.
Did you notice something new for Few?
Right, what?
He went straight for the second skill first, not the first.
Alright.
Because the thing is, there is a plus 20 bonus on your physical attacks.
Yeah, on your physical, I actually go with the second skill first if I want to win the lane, honestly.
But for some actually, they go for the first skill, because it's a bit of a poke.
Yeah.
But now, I think it's more reliable to just go for this, because in the early levels, that 20 damage actually makes sense.
Yeah, and especially on your attack for the minions. Hit is starting to disrupt more than Lusty here, honestly. Alright.
And look at this, they're sticking together, and they know that they have to leave Carl.
They have to leave Carl,
They have to leave Carl, because if Carl doesn't get that alone, it will take a lot of time. And 15 plus 15, that's 30% of damage. View.
Whoa, so it's gonna be Few that will be their target here. Hit, once again, I think he's more disruptive here than Lusty. And there's also a good follow-up there by Hajizi.
So, I'm guessing there's a bit of a discord, or how do I say this? Problem on the side of Bren Esports, because of what Heath did. He actually delayed the farm here of Kartzi. I mean, Kartzi didn't really get affected that much, because Kartzi has the retribution. But then again, someone died on their side just because of that rotation.
And that's how they will solve Heal.
Yeah.
What they did, they sent Flap PC with the execute. So that there's an early burst onto Hit. Bye-bye Hit.
So, okay. So for the side of Bren Esports, as long as this game is dragging, they will get more out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still
a Cloud. Yeah. And you still want to account for that. And I think Kartzi knows what's up. Kartzi knows that Hit is just there trying to disrupt. And so far, yeah, we still have okay. So there is the first rotation by Kartzi. Note for the fact that he is not accompanied by Lusty here.
And look at Flapsy here.
Flapsy here forced to use the Black Dragon form. And he is the one being forced out of his lane. This is the 1-1-3 setup. And there goes Hit. He knows what's up. And this is the 1-1-3 setup we are talking about. Not anymore 1-0-4 or 4-0-1. You really want someone stay in the mid and just allocate 2 members to gank aside lane.
You just have to make your pick of Snappy. And this is what Omega is doing. Carl getting caught out. BMI, just to get out.
Yeah.
And XP lane is on top. Gold lane is on top. XP lane is at bot.
Yeah, and for that part, it is Omega's gonna be leading, right? Curls is kind of untouchable. There's Lusty. Alright, direct kick.
And look at this. They just went in.
Yeah,
Lusty.
just went in, right?
I mean, if you guys, some of the viewers here are having trouble to dictate how to see whether that's the gold lane or the XP lane without looking at the map. I know that some of the people don't really, pick up as fast as other people.
Yeah.
You can just check the wagons on what they're carrying.
Yeah,
If they're carrying
yes.
gold,
Or
that's the gold
scrolls.
lane.
Yeah.
If they're carrying the scrolls, that's the XP lane.
EXP lane, guys. So right now, for your viewing experience, the EXP lane is on the bottom lane. The gold lane is actually up top.
Yeah.
All right. So that's actually a quick attempt there by Kalzi on trying to visit the lane of Kurtz so that he can get at least some chunk of that gold lane. A nice and very beautiful flicker to the ejector down onto Few, and now Few is the one getting punished here. And that's what we are talking about. Sometimes that very safe mid laner might suffer from assassins, and Kurtz here just going for the wrap around is still gonna be the target here, and that's a very big win there by Omega.
Oh, this is actually surprising. Omega making sure that they make this game count. And remember, Onyx Esports is the only one to take a chip in the shoulder here of Bren Esports. Their invulnerable state. Onyx Esports was able to take one game away from them. But this is the Gillette instant replay, #shave the day. Look at how dominant the Omega squad here in terms of getting their pickoffs. They go straight for Kartzi after. Haji didn't even bother going for a flap.
Yeah.
Because he knows that flap is in a bad situation anyway. So why contribute when I can go straight for Karl?
Yeah. It's always rewarding to just target Karl. Always rewarding to just target the main carry here of the enemy team. Still, Few will just be doing the same thing over and over again. Even though he died, even though there's a lot of pressure established by Omega towards him, his ult will still be online. As long as he got his level 4, that's totally spammable. There's still a lot of control here for this mid lane side. And the thing here is that a heavy gold was given to the chunk of Omega on the top lane side. That is already a very early turret secured. Actually, side lanes, I forgot. On the side lane side. So we're kind of correct on the accounting for the side laners here of Omega being quite explosive against Bren.
And Bren Esports, they're not fighting in any way here. They're just letting Omega get whatever they want right now. Because they know if they play the long game, they will have a certain amount of advantage.
Yes,
as long as Kartzi doesn't go down.
Remember, guys, in this running meta as well, in this new update, oh no, Kartzi get caught. There might be a catch there by HGC, not going to be committing for a dive. But again, for this Project Next patch, games will be longer.
Games will be longer.
Games will be longer because of the turret protection.
Because, you know what, Shinbu, that 3-minute mark, that 210-second setup for that turret plating, that turret shield, it's really just gonna slow down people.
Yeah, it's really just gonna slow down people, even in the rotations, because you have to really stay on your lane. You have to maintain, if not push or shove or win a lane, and that's what's happening here. Again, this is the strat of the jungle. Look at that. The side lanes are suffering, but because of Pew here, really no pressure can be established here for the side lane without having to dive. But there is a very effective diver onto the side of Omega, and that would be of Hit. Onto the side, that's going to be Hit, Karl Z. That's going to be the Yuzong going down, and GC goes for the dive. He will be casting the Blade of Tempest just to walk away. And still, what Omega is doing is they know their tempo, and they're choking Bren here. If should ever Bren tries to engage, they will punish them.
Ice Queen Wand on Few, that will give him the certain utility that he needs, especially into clearing out these waves. They are not letting Omega get this middle lane turret. I like how they're playing this. They're not really putting Omega in front for the map control setup that they're going for right now. It will be very problematic for Bren Esports to just give this out, because the thing is, those side lanes or side minions, side jungles, it's going to be open for the side of Omega.
And this is the problem of you trying to rotate actually onto another lane. Omega here with the 22 seconds timer, I think they might be able to get a shove, to get a push here for the mid lane side. And also, I want to account of the Ruby pick. I think Ruby will shine heavily on this patch. Ruby is really good at doing lane maintenance. She's really, really good whenever someone is trying to dive her under turret. Yeah, you know, that combo, that flicker, especially of that We Are Angry ultimate. And yeah, I think the side lanes really, I mean, as evident and as visible here for our game, the side lane really is where the Omega's win is coming from. We might be seeing the very first one-sided lose here of Bren.
It's 3-4-3 in terms of the turtle department here for the side of Omega.
Yeah.
And you know what? Lusty isn't really getting this dominance into just going in front of the enemies. Claude goes down once again.
GC making short work of Kurtz actually. as the Claude goes down, as you mentioned. And there we go. There's going to be the complete push for this outer mid lane turret, ladies and gentlemen. And down for the bottom lane, that's going to be Plaptisi forced again to use his Black Dragon form. Hit is just waiting for a proper timing as Rebo kites back. The damage is evident here for the side of the Omega, and that would be it. The Dragon gets laid on human form. There's also the Chu that will come along. And now also Few, the third one, and I think this game is kind of as good as one by Omega against Bren. It seems that Omega is not willing to let up their lead.
Haji Z, Hayes, Kurt Z, Heath, Toshi. Are they the ones who's gonna stop the streak coming out from Bren? Remember, this team, we did not really give them, let's say we did not give them, you know, the proper acknowledgement into just, how do I say this, adjusting?
Yeah,
adjusting. Fast. But
well, maybe kind of, but still against Bren.
Yes,
we're thinking.
we really thought that Bren Esports, they can adapt fast, but Omega here, they have a certain understanding of this meta that Bren Esports, they cannot touch it, it's invulnerable to them, and they cannot get it.
Especially the Jawhead, man. Especially the Jawhead. I kind of but feel that it is going to be the Jawhead that enabled a lot of things here for the side of the Omega. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a 9-minute. We're about to enter actually the 10-minute mark of this game. Still no turret was pushed out to the side here of Bren. That's going to be Kurtzi receiving the whole damage, the whole brute force of a Fuse Meteor Shower.
They can, for Omega here, yes, they are winning, but they cannot give out these easy pickups on the side of Bren Esports. We do know that Bren Esports, if you give them an opening, they will try to break that opening apart and make it bigger and bigger and bigger, and they will win from that. So, Omega, they're doing a great job, but right now, they have to be very careful.
Yeah, Black Dragon form once again onto Plaptisi as Lusty is being dueled up here by Hit, but here goes Hajizi. Really, Hajizi is a carry, very willing to actually participate in fights. But it might be it. I can sense, even in the gold graph here, that something is plateauing onto the side of Omega, as it is more difficult, honestly, anyway. It is more difficult to actually push an inner turret compared to the outer turret.
Gold is gold, but if you think about it, slowly but surely, Bren Esports is catching up. And you do have a Rebo to zone out on that Popol and Koopa. You have Few to push out the waves with the Meteor Shower. They're not using it to contest anything. And they catch out Toshi here. Oh my goodness.
That is big, ladies and gentlemen. Lusty here also staying down for the mid. He has to dash out. And we got the Lord getting focused on by the Omega squad. Aribo not willing to let up. He's going to go for this Lord. It is going to be secured quickly by Hajizi's Retribution. And down for the party, it would be of Hit down from the front side. And of course, Hajizi running onto the back as he got Kartizi quite quick.
That was
way faster than Omega. Yeah, way faster than his teammates can really follow up. That is a very, very effective assassination there by Hajizi.
I just have to say, map awareness for Hajizi to not be trigger happy into going for those for people in front of him, but he went straight to the back line. He saw Claude and he punctured Claude like how do you say this? What's a sewing ball where you put the needles in?
Like a sewing ball.
A sewing ball. Probably a sewing ball. He punctured Claude here, and Claude can't really do anything. He doesn't have his items yet. I think the next item for him is going to be the Golden Staff. Yeah. He has the Demon Hunter Sword, but Haji as well has it.
Yeah, and the thing here is there's a lot of snappiness, as you keep on mentioning onto the earlier onto the lanes, that whenever you want to be really snappy, there's a lot of snappiness onto Hit. Right, I mean, Hit is just, you know, if not staying in the middle, zoning out people, being always a visible threat against the enemy. Hit will just initiate quickly for you. Look at here. Plaptisi decides to duel up with a GZ. What is he thinking? There we go. They have to fall back in Black Dragon form into the front line. It would be of Toshi playing, of course, his Winter Trance just to go in. Toshi goes in with a flicker. We are angry combination after the destruction of the Million Inhibitor turret, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be focusing in onto this base. Omega takes the most one-sided victory of a team against Bren Esports.
And
oh my God.
People were debating who can beat Bren last week and usapang MPL.
Yeah?
How do I say this? The talk about MPL.
The talk about MPL.
So,
MPL chit chat?
MPL chit chat?
Yeah.
Omega.
Oh my God.
They're one win away from winning a series.
They're one win away from winning a series, honestly, against Bren. And it looks like, from the looks of it, we are kind of eyeing a 2-0 here. something needs to be done on the side of our Bren Esports. That is a win streak that is hanging by the cliff's edge. Butters.
Oh my goodness. I'm actually excited for Omega here. We did say that Omega has been a bit wonky in terms of their performance, but right now, Omega just proved us wrong. As strong as Bren Esports are, Omega has showed us that the Titans can really bleed.
Yeah, especially with the patch right now.
Wow.
I mean, more than ever, the playing field might really be leveled and pounded on further. Just so, forget about everything that you've known about the running game. Although I feel that Bren has a plan for it. But Omega capitalized on the fact of the early game lead. Let's head into our analyst segment.
Forever, natalo ng unang beses. Joke lang, di naman. Natalo ng first game ang Bren Esports. And sa usapang MPL natin last time, sino sa tingin nyo makakatalo sa Bren Esports? I think may mga sumagot ng Omega and they're 1 win away para tanggalan ng isang series ang Bren Esports. Bueno mano para dito sa ating next patch. Let's look into the item builds right now, guys. For sure, kitang-kita natin dyan ang items dito, syempre. Ni Kurt TZ and syempre, ni Kuya Mr. Fundamental Heat. El Clasicong pang-counter para sa isang Claude. Lalo na kapag nakuha mo sa early game. Ayos ba yun? Ang galing mo mag-drawing. Oh my God. Oh, by the way, wait. Ayan. So, walang item. Ladies and gentlemen, si Carl TZ nung una, and because of the early blade armor, wala nang matarget dito si kaibigang Carl TZ. Even though ang ganda, actually nagbe-make sense dito yung umpisang deadly blade ni na Flap TZ and ni Rebo. Still, masyado nang nakaangat ang Omega sa ating laban. Moving on for our post-game stats. Right now, meron pa pala. Okay. Ay, saglit lang. Ayan, baka magalit si Derek eh. Alright, moving on to our post-game stats. Just want to highlight Mr. Fundamental kung ano yung mga nangyari kanina. Kasi nga, at the early stages of the game, dito ata yung tinatawag nating laning stage ng game, hindi niya pinayagang mag-lane ang Bren Esports to the point na na-dominate nitong Omega yung bottom lane. Mr. Fundamental, paikot-ikot siya all around the map. Look at the damage taken. Even though sige siya yung na first blood and everything, papasok dito yung point na hindi mo kagad makukuha yung jungle at hindi mo kagad makukuha yung mga golden XP lanes mo. And I think he really did the job to make space for his team dito sa ating game. Of course, nandiyan na rin yung heavy poke damage ni Hayes as the Kagura. So props to Omega Esports. It seems like tama ata si Wolf na talagang 1-3-1 pa rin ang dapat unang pasok ng ating game. Let's move on to the smart highlights. Actually, we're now seeing again, just want to highlight everyone that kapag gold pa yan, kapag kulay yellow pa yan, laning stage is the key. And if you're gonna look at the bottom side, this is an XP lane right now at the bottom side kasi nakikita nyo yung scroll eh. Nakuha ni Toshi yung full gold. Yung full gold, guys, nung first tower sa baba. And after nung nakuha niya yung first gold ng tower sa baba, sila din yung unang nakakuha ng turtle. So all of the objectives ng laning stage natin ay napunta sa Omega. Bren Esports, yes, their lineup is good in pick-offs and in clash. Ang dami nilang pwedeng sagutin. But I think it's too late. Because Smart Omega, they have all the AoEs in the world. And sinabi nga ni Wolf na ang ultimate, of course, ng isang Alice ay na-buff. No? Parang gamit na gamit yung toggle mechanic ng Alice. So commendable din si Toshi dito. I think it's a whole team effort para dito sa side ng Omega. First time ko actually nakita yung Bren Esports na na-dominate ng ganito. I think there's a minute in the game na kaya pa nilang bumalik, no? Na time stop ko yun eh, no? Hajizi is your smart MVP of the game, but around 6 minutes, uy, nawala, wait lang. Yon, magic. Okay. Around 6 minutes or 7 minutes something, Hajizi is level 10 and Carl TZ is level 8. So, pag minus nyo yan, guys, minus, online class, tuya, ang galing ko mag-math. Easy math, di ba? Level 8, level 10, ang laki na ng kalamangan to the point na abot ka na ng 1104. And classic items na, automatic. I think this is going to be either a defensive item para sa kanya. You have the Athena Shield and syempre, pwede ka na rin mag-Immortality. Smart MVP! Hajizi proving na mas malupit siya sa TZ Brothers, no? Wait lang, hindi ko abot eh. Liit ko. Papatangkad ako konti. Okay, ayan. So that's it for game number 1. I really hope, no, na pwede tayo mabot game 3 and makakita pa tayo ng something else. Kasi it seems like, Bren, yung opening nila on putting the Claude into the XP lane ay hindi nag-work. Kasi nagulo pa rin sila dito ni Mr. Fundamental Hit. Talagang literal na ginulo lang sila, no? Speaking of magulo, magulo rin yung letters dyan sa baba. Pero kailangan nyo siyang i-type. Kasi yan ang ating giveaway code. And plus, meron pala tayong mga bonus giveaway code. Kasi nasa 13,000 na mga umabot, no, na registrants para sa ating Mythical Raffle Draw. So guys, i-type in nyo na yan, no, bago pa magkaubusan. There you go. Mythical Raffle Draw. Just visit bit.ly/MRD week 7. Just wanna say na kapag nag-register ka since week 1 up until playoffs, pwede ka pa rin sumali. Unlike siguro dati na playoffs lang, ikaw kasali ngayon, dire-diretso tayo. So guys, giveaway codes and Mythical Raffle Draw link, kunin nyo na yan. Sayang, baka may kumuha pang iba. Once again, this is Manjin Faldas, your solo analyst for game number 1. Pasa na natin ulit sa ating mga nagwagwapuhang shoutcasters. Kayo naman, guys.
Thank you so much, Manjin, and good job on the analysis, especially on the mathematical part.
Yeah.
Love that favorite segment. I'm looking forward on more complex mathematical analysis of that game, ladies and gentlemen, because that game holds a lot of credence, especially on the idea of Omega. No sugarcoating. It's a one-sided game against Bren here, right? That is a very dominating game there by Omega.
Surprising, but Omega, it's their statement. You have underestimated us long enough. Now it's the time to rise up.
It's time.
It's time. And they call out their fans club, Omega Natics Rise Up. Omega Natics Rise Up. Just show that flag, throw our flag, and let's prove that we are stronger, even with Bren on top of our group.
Man, if this play style keeps going on, you know, Hit might be a candidate for the MVP of the season, you know, in my opinion. Like, he is very impactful. He's like the first one to really adjust. Kind of but feel that really Hit was instrumental for that game number 1's lead because of the Jawhead pick. I mean, when did you see Hit played Jawhead? Especially on our past weeks. He's been rolling with the Cho, you got Kufra, right? You even have a Wild Akai, honestly, on TNT, right? And Hilda especially, right? But if it comes to that lane ganks, Hit just shines really well. I won't be surprised if we could go as far as, I mean, this is far-fetched. There might be a very little chance of happening this, but I won't be surprised if, you know, Hit could go as far as a Lunox for this part. Oh, the aggressiveness fits his playstyle, but the tankiness doesn't, of course.
Yes.
But the tankiness doesn't.
And,
but the side lane gang, just the side lane gang. I'm
and
for the side lane gang.
yeah, if some of you viewers don't really know what's happening for the other regions, there is a trend going on way back that there is a Lunox tank meta.
So, and even for the support position, right?
It's not
just to be disruptive, right?
It's not far-fetched.
Yeah.
It's not far-fetched. The idea is there, but right now, I just feel for Bren Esports, now that their backs are against the wall, they cannot afford to give out that Jawhead.
Yeah, especially they cannot afford to lose this series. You know why? Because again, that will offset them by 3 points. That's 3 points not earned for today's episode, for today's matches. And Omega will rise to 19 points.
And
1 point behind them. Even though Omega has more number of games played still. Right?
And a low-key team just giving, Bren Esports a run for their money. I just feel that Bren Esports right now, they're trying to theory craft or they're gonna pull out the big guns because they cannot afford to lose this series. Omega forced to ban out that Esmeralda, even though Esmeralda right now is back. He's not gonna be let out in the battlefield.
I would agree as well.
It's
Very
just
strong on
way
the lane.
too, yeah, way too
Very strong on the
problematic.
lane. Yeah, way too problematic on the lane. I feel like Esmeralda is really strong on the lane. Has very strong lane management. Has very strong ganking capacities. Has very strong tower diving capacities. And that's the thing about Esmeralda. I'm actually ranking her pretty high for this running meta. Khalid, no surprise on that one. But we might be seeing a Yuzong. I think teams has been more and more lenient now with the Yuzong, even before the Project Next patch.
There's a thing about the damage or the Athena shield, the anti-cuirass getting reworked and not really reworked, but their mechanics are a bit changed and it was raised from 6% to 10%. So if you think about it, the damage bursts coming out from these heroes, if you just pick up the right item for them, you can offset a lot of those damages coming out from the
likes of Yuzong.
Uranus, the
I see.
Yuzong.
Yeah, I see.
At least they're bearable. They're
Yeah.
tolerable.
Yeah.
They're not really that weak, but tolerable.
We've been hyping Hit as well. I forgot about Kurtz's performance earlier. Kurtz was also instrumental. That was a lane. That is the very first lane one. And that was a gold lane. That was a gold lane. They actually had the Ruby go into the gold lane, right? Oh, it's pretty cool. A really neat idea because Ruby being ahead, right? You'd have someone reliable on setups, on dives even though. Not so snappy. But pick-offs, yeah, can be. Especially with the flicker to the We Are Angry, right?
And you know what, Shinbu, Omega, they will be happy to take the Jawhead right now.
They should.
It worked for their side.
Yeah.
Just being the annoying tank that runs around and rains on Cartesi's parade. Bren Esports, they got the Cho and the Alice.
Same lineup.
And they go for straight
Same
for the
drafting
same lineup.
sequence.
Yeah,
Same drafting sequence. I mean, no adjustment is visible here from the side of Bren, right? I mean, it would still be the same element. You'd have Hit. What Bren Esports need probably is not a Machango. They're gonna be removing the Chango. Kind of, but feel that there's a possibility. I'm not so sure about the Farsa, but maybe again, sorry, but I'm thinking of Lunox really here because Pew has his fair share of playing Lunox for the support position. I'm just curious of how it will pan out for the lane and especially the early game survivability of the Lunox on that very aggressive Jawhead.
So, I'm kind of guessing right now, Shinbu, that a lot of these teams are gonna stay away from the Chango. I
They
feel
should,
that
yeah.
Bren Esports is gonna stay away from that.
Yeah.
I'm not really seeing it.
Didn't
that
work
as a-
earlier,
yeah.
especially against the Jawhead.
It's not as strong anymore.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, yes, the physical attack buff is there. The magical hybrid damage, it's there. But you know what? If you need to stick to someone just to go for the physical attacks, then that means Curtsy is in the area as well to flicker and throw you back in.
Yeah.
Or the Jawhead, not Curtsy.
Yeah. The one who's because it's Curtsy's job to actually hook someone. I mean, in the form of the sight, and of course you get the Jawhead as well for the ejector. So Omega here also eyeing the support. But I cannot but feel that this is where Omega might be confused. Cannot but feel that Bren Esports has a lot of tricks up their sleeve. And I think it might be rewarding to just target ban Curtsy instead of Pew here. Probably not the Claude, but probably something like a Roger maybe? I'm not so sure, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
And
Lancelot. Oh yeah, alright. Yes, Lancelot, yeah. Early game, right? I mean, Jawhead will suffer against the Lancelot.
And good wave clear.
Yeah.
Very fast. You cannot expect the Jawhead to, just be there in the vicinity and try to steal something because after they take down the orange buff fast, a Jawhead is gonna go next.
Jawhead is gonna go next.
Oh, and Bren Esports giving priority to the Kagura. Wow.
Yeah, very interesting actually. I did saw this on few, but very, very rare occasions. Right?
Very rare occasions.
Very, very rare occasions. Right? He would even choose Lunox over the Kagura, but yeah, still.
There was no pattern where Bren Esports just prioritized Kagura over anyone.
Over anyone, yeah.
A lot of the teams here in the MPL, they chose Kagura.
Yeah.
And they chose Kagura. Bren Esports shied away.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Actually, I just realized no Selena ban.
No
recently,
Selena ban,
right?
yeah.
No Selena ban recently, and now we have Selena here as the final pick of Omega. They're really looking confident on that part. Can I but feel that this is very threatening again with Jawhead. Oh my God.
Okay, so I actually think that the Selena is a good pick here.
Oh my God,
But Shinbu, Bren Esports has to look out for that combination that's gonna come out from Ruby and Yuzhong. Because if Ruby and Yuzhong can get you guys in that circle and knocks you up, that is an ample amount of time to bring you all down.
Yeah.
But then again, for Bren Esports, they have good heroes now. They even have the Roger. They can go very aggressive. And the thing is, I don't really think that the Roger is quite a bit of a threat to the side of Omega.
Roger is stable.
Just because these heroes want to fight melee range, and that's what the Roger does. So it's probably somewhat of a snowball composition here for the side of Bren Esports if they can do
well,
it.
the better part here is this is an earlier composition. This is an earlier composition compared to the Claude composition of game number 1. Pick it up, but Phil, if Ruby, it's not gonna be Kurt Z who will be on the Ruby. It's gonna be Kurt Z on Yuzong and Toshi on Ruby. But if this turned out to be the same performance as game number 1, same impact as Jawhead, they should start punishing Hit right now. Then we might really have a 2-0 here because Omega's performance that is really strong. It has an impression, right?
I do get why Bren Esports went for Roger, because one of the things you do to beat a Selena is you force engage them every single time. Remember, Selena, when she has the time to poke you guys down with the arrow and just get a good initiation, just because she can, then that's the time where it actually hurts for the side of Bren Esports. But if they always force engage, it won't be a problem. And right now, they actually go in for a few.
Yeah, they went in for a few, and the idea is experience lane for Kurt Z. Alright, so what they do is they want to get an experience advantage for Kurt Z here. Kurt Z is level 2. Hajizi sits at level 1. Hit is now invading, but the problem here is Hit is invading against Akiri, which is a level 2. Pew is kiting back.
Oh.
Okay, we're trying to read the early rotations here. Rebo was forced to get onto the recall.
And look at Lusty here, not really caring about anything here. Haze!
Ooh!
Wow!
Yeah, there goes the first blood. Actually, Pew also goes in. And he got cornered here. That's 2-4-0. So, that was a good attempt, I think, by Bren. It's just really, it fell short by a very, very little margin, especially of, I think it was of Hayes surviving.
Look at this Flap trying to go for that invade. But here is where the patch makes a lot of sense. You cannot just force yourself in and take that without the Hunter's Knife. The Hunter's Knife made you capable of doing this. And it seems to me like Bren Esports, they're trying out new things. But it's not really working on their favor.
Let's look onto the Gillette instant replay here. Butters. One auto. He went for the flicker. Quite a bit late on the flicker, honestly. And that is the thing. There's a lot of damage there. And Hit always has a very high presence of mind in participating and making sure that he dishes out the most damage possible for his teammates. So, yeah, that is a good lead. And the worst part about it for Bren is that Hajizi was involved. He got 2 physical attack dagger lead compared to Roger here with the boots. But there's a very little lead. That's just 100 gold lead. Here, Lusty, he will be popped once again.
And look at how commanding this Jawhead pick is to the map. They're really just showing a lot of stuff that they can possibly pick off with this Jawhead.
Oh my god. That's a lot of crowd control. And the problem there is, look at the durability there of Hit. And it allows for Hajizi to just clean up. Your eyebrows are meeting, but...
Oh my god.
We are all shocked by...
This is absurd. Like,
yeah, very absurd.
This is absurd. I mean, I'm not really looking at it in a way that Omega cannot beat Bren, but the amount of pressure that a Jawhead and a Selena puts into the map, I cannot fathom how pressured Bren Esports is right now.
And Hit is on a support emblem. Hit is on a... that's not a tank emblem even. Not even a fighter emblem. So look at that. That is crazy, man. Very curious on the... I forgot to look at his first core item. I would be expecting a mass here. But right now, early game control. That's very big lead. That's 3,000 onto the side of Omega here. And now they're starting onto the turtle. Lusty again. You know, very far performance here on the backshot compared to the show earlier that forces the side laners to participate and they don't care. Even if Rebo diving in, forced to actually flicker out with his blood out already turned on. Re-engage comes in, hit gets focused once again, and Toshi is there to follow through. There goes Flopsy, goes for the knockup, flickers away, and that's what Toshi has done.
And
Man!
while that's
Omega!
happening, Curtsy going for that turret. Now, you can see that there is quite a significant change in the turret damage.
Yeah.
Turret damage that you can do. It's reduced to make sure that the laning stage sticks for a bit. Now, Omega, they're commanding this
game, and here's the thing. Because of the side laner, because of Flaptz, because of Flaptz being forced to participate in the mid lane, now Kurtzy has the level advantage. I cannot but feel that Flaptz missed a few scroll siege minions, experienced minions on the bottom lane, and Kurtzy has the lead in terms of level. And here's the thing about the levels that scales really, really well in the early game with execution. The higher the level, the higher the damage of execution will be.
They can really not understand what Omega is doing here. It's just pressure after pressure.
Yeah.
Even Rebo.
Look at it.
Even Rebo is finding trouble into the top lane.
Nice pick up on the hit. Lusty shouldn't overstay. And there goes the GC. He wants to bait in. He goes for the dive in. Also, the Blade of Tempest allowed for Kurtzy to make the cleanup. And there goes Bren. They try to re-engage. They will be punished as they get avenged here by the members of Omega. And that's it. That's going to be it. Rebo also went for the dive onto Toshi. But where is the damage? Few is yet to drop his own umbrella there. That's going to be a total trade of 3-for-1. And it's going to be won by OMG.
Clearly, Omega has the damage output advantage here against Bren Esports. Even if Carl got the 2 kills, he did not survive that.
Yeah.
And that means they cannot turn it into an objective.
Yeah.
It's still a 3v2.
Yeah.
Omega here still winning because they have objectives on their side.
Yeah. Especially with the turret shield that was taken in by the Omega squad. That is a lot of gold. That is a lot of acceleration for them. Flapsy. Okay.
He survives.
Yeah,
Doesn't have the flicker.
Yeah, I think also he's went for a very late flicker on that part. He went for the flicker maybe to go for the bite. But there goes another fight here onto the turtle side. Kurtzy focuses on towards Rebo. Doesn't care. He has the lead. Yet to press his execution. And there we go. Kurtzy dueling here. Kurtzy dueling Kurtzy here. Lots of Z actually whenever these two teams fight. Doesn't matter though. It's a win by Bren Esports 1-0.
What is the true TZ connection? Is it Hajizi and TZ, Kurtzy, or Kurtzy and Flaptz?
Yes.
Who is the real TZ connection?
It's the real
here?
TZ, man. You get the real Slim Shady, but here in PH you get the real TZ.
Slim
the real
TZ.
Slim TZ, the Slim TZs.
The Slim TZs. Man, oh man, Bren Esports here. They are on the verge of losing this series, but you know what, Omega? They are still capable of making mistakes.
Look at the
as
gold
well as
lead here.
Bren Esports.
Look at the gold lead here, man.
Yeah.
5K almost onto Hajizi, 3.6 onto Kurtzy. This is Project Next.
I think Ling is exceptional right now.
Yeah.
Seeing how imperative for you to rotate fast into the map.
And get objectives, right?
Oh!
And participate in the lanes and win the lanes here. But of course, Bren Esports will be able to secure the turtle. It's still going to be the same story. No patch update can actually hinder him on stealing the turtle. And that's it. That's going to be Bren going for the cleanup. Quite late here for the entrance of Flaptz. It doesn't matter though. And there we go. 3-4-0. Bren Esports gonna go for Toshi. And yes, that's it. 4 members here into the pocket of Bren.
One collapse is all it takes. Omega here.
Oh!
They tried to secure the kill on Hajizi.
Yeah.
And Hajizi went in to what? To take down that siege cannon.
Yeah, just to take the siege cannon for that part. Bren was able to capitalize here. Let's see the Gillette instant replay here.
Now, you're seeing this Shinbu that retribution was perfect. RNG was on their side. Carl went for the artillery. He went for the backlines first for Selena so that there are no more arrows that you're gonna fly out and disable them.
Yeah, and also I think Kurtzy was able to face out with that light and pounce. That's why no clear target to the Kurtzy. But it will be a different story here. Hajizi engages on the Kurtzy. And also gonna be an airborne here delivered by Flaptz towards Hajizi. Hajizi points him. And of course Kurtzy following up onto Rebo, ladies and gentlemen, with the blood out already on. Toshi onto the back line. Lusty as well on this outer mid lane inhibitor turret and also mid lane turret. And they get few as well dancing around. Toshi has the durability for this, allowing Kurtzy to actually go for the push.
Talk
Maybe a fight.
about overstaying your welcome, Rebo. Just connecting with that flowing blood and that blood
Look at Toshi.
And Rebo gets
Yan.
popped by Toshi.
Yeah, I mean, only sights. Only sights coming in from Toshi there as Rebo is just making sure that Toshi doesn't leave, doesn't respond to go for a dive here on the mid. But at the cost of his own life, no sustain can withstand here. The sights on Toshi, not having to actually have the Deadly Blade even. Just has close and endless battle and a Vitality Crystal. Oh my god.
I think that's one of the problems here for the side of Bren Esports. Yes, it's a good alternative against a Raptor Machete. But, you know, it sets you back on the important items, on your core items.
Yeah.
You're not even gonna proceed in making that to a halberd.
Yeah. That's the sacrifice you get.
That's a
actually.
sacrifice you get
for the
and I think
Deadly Blade.
I think it puts them on the backslide.
Especially if you're behind. Yeah. Especially if the team is behind. Right?
Rebo, oh my goodness, look at that pop coming out from
Hajizi.
Oh, Hajizi and Kurtzi. They just okay, Omega is working in a way that they really just want to pressure every single lane here on the side of Bren Esports.
Yeah. I mean that's the story of the game. Ever since even before the Project Next, it's just that it is more rewarding.
It's more
very
rewarding
rewarding
right
to actually get the pressure onto the lanes. Flapsy commits to his way of the dragon, commits to his death, and of course Bren Esports cannot follow up. And that's it. Lusty wasn't able to back out very quick. Rebo is, of course, he just came from the base. Really no chance of going in. Now that is, I'm not accounting for mistakes here on Bren, but that is a clear mistake there by Flapsy.
I don't know why he went in for the commit on that wave of the dragon.
Yeah.
There was really no way
for Bren
that you can get the kill on Heath. If that was a Ling, I would have understood that.
Yeah, and all in on Ling.
That means Karlsey can just go in with a Lycan bounce.
Especially with that purification on
take him
Hajizi.
down. And probably it would stop Omega from taking down the Lord. But if it's a Jawhead, you don't really do that.
You don't really do that. Fully commit onto that one. He doesn't even need to land the ejector. He just need to activate the smart missiles for that part. There's gonna be an easy catch there for Rebo. Can have that feel that this is really a leaning tower. Getting brought down by a slight push by the Omega here. And then escalates very, very quickly. Hit here, focusing towards Carl TZ. And now a follow-up done in by Toshi quite late. Now they're focusing towards Lusty. Lusty's shell gets cracked. And it's going to be a trade of 1-for-1 with the buff going to the side of Omega.
You know what? While everything of that is happening onto the map, Haji and the others, they just go for the split. There is a Lord into the bottom lane of Bren Esports here.
3 lanes.
Problems on 3 lanes.
Yeah. You know, this Hurler just piles up for the side. And against Bren Esports, ladies and gentlemen, at 17-8. And my, oh my, this is totally surprising against a team that has the longest win streak here at our regular season. This is going to be their very first defeat. If ever this goes fully and gets shoved completely against their base, a miracle here is required to save the streak, ladies and gentlemen. And there goes Flaptizi. He went for the flicker, just connects the way of the dragon onto Hajizi. There's gonna be Hajizi not allowed to actually cast the Lycan bounce, and that's it. Hajizi will be able to walk away. Lusty also follows through along with Rebo, and the fight breaks out. Hajizi re-engaged with a full health. Where is this coming from? And now let's see here. As he falls back, there is going to be hit quite quick on the flicker. And now we got here the push being done here by the members of Omega onto the inhibitor turret in the top lane side. Rebo going to be melted through by the members of Omega. And I think that's it. It's going to be pick after picks. And few will be the next one to be kicked out of life here by Omega.
Bren Esports, look at what one patch can do to the invulnerable ones. They looked unbeatable way back on the previous meta, but right now they're on their last legs.
They're on their last legs.
Will the streak stay alive?
Will the streak stay alive? It's actually flashing before their eyes. You know, kills after kills, a mega kill against their main carry, and that's it. Onto the base. The streak has ended, and this series closes in 2-0 for Omega.
For a team that had struggles into adjusting into the 6-ban setup to the 10-ban setup, Omega right now, they have a new understanding of the meta.
Yeah.
And it fits them well. Jawhead and Selena.
Yeah, man.
Man, oh man.
Especially the Jawhead. Normally, a guy who would just be picking Cho, would just be picking, even an Akai, would go as far as an Akai, would pick a Baksha, doesn't matter. Would also, is very threatening on a Hilda, got the Jawhead for the support position. I mean, we've seen our fair share of Jawhead support, but not to this effectivity, and of course, especially on this very, very surprising performance right after the Project Next patch. Omega, man.
And it didn't really take long for Bren Esports to suffer their first series loss in terms of Project Next. Omega feeling really confident right now. And they get 3 points. They're up 19, 1 point away from actually going up on the Bren Esports side in Group B.
I can recall interviewing Hit last week on my solo analyst segment. He did mention that when I asked what is his message to the other tanks of the league, he did mention that to be ready for the patch. The guy looks so ready, right?
And they proved that they proved that they have the understanding.
Well, let's see. Let's see what can be understood for this game on our solo analyst segment.
Omega shocking us na sila pala ang makakatalo ngayon sa first series ng Bren Esports, giving them a total of quick maths, 19 points. Ang galing ko doon. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, napakalupit. Omega bawing-bawi sa Bren Esports. Last time na nag-meet sila ay 2-0 din. At ngayon, 2-0 naman para sa side ng Omega. Looking at the items right now is, of course, gusto ko lang i-take note dito yung mga timestamps of the item, no? Kasi, of course, interesting items correctly for Carl TZ. Kasi this specific item, the first item spike of Carl TZ, nakuha niya ng 720. Meanwhile, already with Endless Battle na si GZ with 7-0-11. Sobrang convenient na score para kay GZ dito. I think sobrang laking factor talaga na nakukuha mo yung early gold funnel ng mga towers in a lane. And still, Bren Esports, they went again for the XP lane, Carl TZ. Meanwhile, later sa ating highlights, I think makikita natin dito yung pag-explore ni Heat sa buong mapa. But then again, even though Dorans lang, no? Dorans lang para kay Haze. Yung gamit niya dito to counter the anti-healing mechanic, it's all about the pick-offs for the side of Omega for the items. Let's look into the post-game stats, guys. Of course, pick-offs is the ultimate key para dito sa side ng Omega. Tignan nyo ngayon yung 3 main cores. Bang, bang. Oh, wow, galing ko magsulat. 3 main cores dito. Even Haze is halos magkakapantay yung kanilang damage output. Siyempre si Heat siya na si Boy Sacrifice. Automatic yan. Medyo mababa yung kanyang damage output. Pero look, by the looks of that, guys, no? The pick-offs of the arrow, of the ejector, no? Tapos may Ruby ka pa na may sight hook. All of it, talaga, mabilis na pasok para sa Omega. Merong chance sana yung Bren Esports dito for a team fight. But then again, walang binigay na 5-on-5 collision ang side dito ng Omega. Probably isang beses lang. Looking at the Lord's lane and the Turtle's lane, 1:1. But then again, yung mga buffs and yung mga purple ay halos lahat napunta kay Hadjizi. 6 buffs in total. And gustong-gusto ng isang lane ang mga buffs natin. So, going into the smart highlights of the game, gusto ko lang again, emphasize natin yung sinabi ni Wolf dito. Bren Esports, again, beginning at the XP lane. But there comes a time, there you go, the Haze outplay. Sobrang crucial nung Haze outplay na to. Kasi if you're gonna look at the levels right now, magkakapantay. So with that Haze outplay, kailangan ngayon mag-reset ng Bren Esports. Saglit, tanggalin natin yan. Mag-reset ng Bren Esports. Actually, if you're gonna look at the minimap, si Heat ay nag-e-explore lang dito banda. No? Nagsosolo value rin siya dyan. Nagsosolo value rin siya dyan. Just to spot out the positioning and probably get someone. Because again, story of the game, pick-ups for the side of Omega. If you're gonna look at the minimap right now, guys, yes, ang ganda, crucial to para sa Bren. Nice play for Cartesi. Pero look at the bottom lane and the top lane for the side of Bren Esports. It's all open. So it means that with the pick-up lineup for the side of Omega, mas madali silang makakakuha ng objectives, mas makakakuha kagad sila ng kills, just like this one. The outplays from the arrows and the outplays from the ejector, and Haji Z mukhang bumalik na yung kanyang killer instinct, yung kanyang top caliber plays against Carl TZ. Again, if I'm not mistaken, there you go. Magmamatay ulit. 3 minutes inside the game. Actually, 3 lang. No? So, class, 3. Yan, diba? 3. Tapos, syempre, meron ka bang, ano dyan? Divided by 3,000. Actually. Yan. I love you, 3,000. Ang gold ng Team Omega. I-divide mo yan. Ay, plus pala yan. Yan. I-divide mo yan sa 3. Ayan, nakalimutan ko na. Basically, 1K per minute. Ang galing ko mag-math! 1K per minute ang kalamangan dito ng Omega on the laning stage. Ilang items, ilang boots ang mabibili mo dyan, men. 2 samgyup na yan. O yan. So, ganoon kalamang ang Omega. Ang kailangan sana ng Bren that time was to get an outplay, get the Lord, and probably get more outplays then, no? So, with that, everything else, total snowball para dito sa side ng Team Omega. And, syempre, papasok tayo sa ating tinatawag na interview portion. So, bago tayo pumasok, there you go! Kakausapin natin ngayon si Mr. Fundamental, flexing the jacket, flexing the logo, Omega, Mr. Heat. Congratulations. Congratulations on that game, man. Napakalupit. For the first time, kayo ang tumalo sa Bren Esports. Men, na pumasok yung bagong meta natin. Pumasok yung Project Next, no? Lalagyan kita ng next dyan. Next in line. Pumasok yung Project Next natin, pre. Pero, ang tanong ko ngayon, ano yung naging proseso ng Omega dito sa Project Next and coming to MPL?
Para sa akin, kasi parang hindi kami masyadong affected sa sa bagong meta. Parang ganun pa rin naman ginawa namin. Tapos, parang mas naging aggressive kami dahil alam namin aggressive yung Bren. Parang, sinabayan namin.
Yeah, so kumbaga stick to basics, no? Ayaw nyo malito. Wala mo nang adlib. Yun ang naging way para dito ng Omega. For sure, napakasaya nyo ngayon, men. For sure, sobrang saya nyo na nakuha yung 2 points. And pangalawa kayo ngayon sa rankings, no? What can we expect pa rin sa Omega sa mga upcoming games? Talaga bang tutuluyan nyo na yung slot 1? Or chillax lang?
Hindi. Siyempre, mas gagalingan pa namin na dahil lahat ng kalaban namin pinaghahanda namin. Wala kaming minamaliit.
Pinaghahandaan nila. You know what, Omega, I think na sobrang saya nyo dyan. Anong magiging dinner nyo dyan mamaya?
Steak?
Ano?
Steak. Joke lang po.
Steak ba? Ayan. Syempre, Heat, man, congratulations once again. And syempre, binabati ko rin yung mother mo at saka yung ate mo, no, na action na alam naman natin. Nag-PM sa amin ni Kaibigan Pro. Pero syempre, ikaw, may pa-shoutout ka din. So, batiin mo muna lahat naman gusto mong batiin and syempre, promote mo na din ang mga pages nyo.
Ayun po, shoutout sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Omega. Pati na rin sa family ko, pati kay ate, kay Kuya. Pati na rin po sa girlfriend.
Yun? Sino?
Si Das.
Yeah. Alright, maraming salamat. Heat, Mr. Fundamental for Omega getting the first strike, first blood, no? Gods do bleed talaga. Bren Esports 20 pa rin ang kanilang puntos. Meanwhile, 19 na sa Omega. So, mga sinasabi kong digits ay score nila. Pero yung mga digits na nakikita nyo sa baba, yan ay ang ating giveaway code. So, bago pa kunin ng iba yan, kunin nyo na. Kumuha kayo ng notebook. Or actually, type nyo na lang sa keyboard. Mas madali. Pero sa totoo lang, hindi naman din ganoon kabilis yung mga kamay ng mga tropa natin. So, I think bilisan nyo na. So, sulat nyo na yan. 76BWRHZ4EBS5228 Q5 bago pa may mauna. No? Isa-search nyo lang, no? So, ilalagay nyo lang ang MPL redeem code at pwede kayo manalo ng mga epic skins. Syempre, nandiyan na din, of course, ang ating mythical raffle draw. Just visit bit.ly/MRD minus W7. Week 7 na tayo. Kung ikaw ay tuloy-tuloy na kasali since week 1, pwede ka pang makasali up until sa playoffs. And talagang, ang daming sumasali ngayon dyan. If I'm not mistaken, meron tayong extra 13,000 participants para sa ating mythical raffle draw. All, of course, syempre, yan ay hatid. Syempre din ng ating mga sponsors. Syempre kasama dyan ang ating official tournament telco partner, ang Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams. As Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 total days. Simply download the new Giga Life app and choose free games. Kasama na rin syempre ang ating official sponsor, Realme. Realme's the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7. Ayan, bagong-bago, no? Laban tayo dyan. Alongside with the Realme 7 Pro will be launching this September 30th, 12 noon on the Realme's official Facebook page. Just join the Realme Revolution now. So abangan natin lahat yan. Kasama na rin ang ating official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Sama na rin natin ang ating partner in esports. Get free 50 PHP credits from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Ayan. And syempre, kasama na rin ang ating partner in esports, ang TikTok. Ang favorite ng kaibigan nating si Butters and si Rockhart. Baka rin kami ni na Wolf ay maging favorite yan kasama sa Shinbu. So search nyo lang ang hashtag Mobile Legends sa TikTok para makapanood kayo ng legendary videos. Again, search hashtag Mobile Legends on TikTok para makanood kayo ng mga legendary videos. Kasama na rin syempre ang official gaming headset partner Logitech G, Here Like a Pro, and powered by Moonton. Bago tayo mag-end, guys, game number 1. Wow! Ang dami nangyari. So I think kailangan natin tignan ang ating Realme top 5 plays of the series.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network experience, game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this gig of life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Good day everyone, welcome to Fun Talk. My name is Wolf, your host, and with me, history-making champions, two-time MLBB, formerly known as Sun Sparks. Welcome, kamusta naman? Kamusta? Sige, kasi may mga hindi rin siguro nakakilala pa or baka nagulat sila kasi nakaputi na kayo, bago na yung jersey. Pakilala nyo naman yung sarili nyo, ano yung role nyo sa team. At
Ako si Christian P. Faura, IGN Grace Rapisha, and ako 22 years old. Ako yung tank support ng MLBB.
Ako naman si Grid Alan Jedrick Obaloy, 21 years old.
My name is Reza Padua. I'm 22 years old. Blu Fire.
Ako po si KLVJ Hernandez. I joined ko po KLVJ. I'm 15 years old, tas ang role ko po is fighter mage ng Aura.
My name is JP De La Cruz. I joined ko JP. Marksman Assassin ng MLBB, 21 years old.
Ako nga pala si Ashley Marco Cruz. I joined ko the Wash Road to Fighter. I'm 21 years old.
Right. Guys, first time na nagkaroon ng online na tournament, kahit yung mismong playoffs online, naglalaro lang kayo. Describe nyo naman yung feeling, ano yung difference?
Laking challenge kasi wala yung communication, yung pagsasama namin. Iba kasi pag magkakasama kami, kumbaga walang problema sa pag-uusap, tuloy-tuloy yung command. Tapos, nung nagsama-sama kami ng playoffs, bumalik yung excitement namin dahil magkakasama kami. Tapos nung nag-champion kami ng playoffs, parang nakaka-miss lang yung cheering ng crowd. Nawala kasi yung feeling na may sumisigaw.
Anong initial reaction nyo nung MLBB-PH, JP? Sila ulit yung nakatapat nyo sa Grand Finals.
Ano kasi noong una, nung pagpasok namin ng Grand Finals, inaantay lang namin yung kung sino maglalaban sa lower bracket ng finals, kung sino papasok sa amin. Tapos nung nalaman namin Onyx, masaya pa rin kasi si Grid gusto rin makalaban yung MLBB-PH. So, kumbaga pinagandaan na rin namin. Tapos napag-aralan din kasi namin sila kasi waiting na kami. Napapanood namin yung laban nila against Bren ng finals, lower bracket.
Grid, last time nasa losing side sa Grand Finals. This time, nasa winning side. Gusto namin malaman ano yung pakiramdam on both ends.
Siyempre masaya kasi finally natapos ko yung sinisigaw ko nung season 4. Kasi nung season 4, nung game 4, sumisigaw na ako na champion na tayo. Tapos yun, na-out syempre malungkot nun after ng game nun. Tapos pagdating naman nung season 5, nung nag-champion, sobrang sarap sa feeling kasi finally natapos ko na yung sinisigaw ko nung season 4, diba?
And masaya din kasi parang may winning play kang ginawa doon. It's amazing. Natalia play. Can you describe to us ano yung nasa utak mo ng mga moments na yon? Paano mo kinausap yung mga kampi mo about that?
Sa akin kasi nararamdaman ko talaga na kahit anong gawin ko, kahit anong decision na gawin ko sa game, tiwala lang yung pating ko na parang walang mali sa amin kahit na mag-error kami, okay lang. Tapos yun, nung naramdaman ko yung tiwala na yun, nung time na yun, hindi na ako nagsalita eh. Sila nagkakagulo sila ng sa Lord, tapos sabi ko, it's my time, di ba?
Anong mas masarap na feeling para sa FLVJ? Yung first championship o yung etong most recent one?
Para sa akin yung first championship kasi nung na 2-0 kami, parang tumingin talaga ako sa audience nun eh. Na parang ang dami pala namin supporters. Parang sabi ko agad na, tara guys, bawi, pakita natin na kaya natin. Tapos ang sarap din ng feeling ng sinasabitan ng medal sa stage at saka inaangat yung trophy sa stage.
Guys, lahat naman na nandito deserving na mag-champion. Lahat kayo may pinatunayan. Pero isa sa mga tinitingala ng mga viewers natin ngayon, syempre si VJ, the king. Pero before MPL Season 5, meron kang pinramis kay Mami. Actually, let's watch this video. Now.
Ang promise ko, Mami, magbaback-to-back kami, tapos mag-MC tayo nila ate, tapos champion din doon sa ibang bansa.
So, Kel, yung promise mo, natupad mo na. Medyo lang kasi may konting hiccup na. Pero ngayon na back-to-back champion na natupad mo na yung sinabi mo kay Mami, meron ka bang bagong promise?
Hindi man natupad niya sa MEC, pero pangako, champion kami ulit gamit naman yung RPH. Sa M2, buong mundo naman yung champion namin.
Captain Reflesia, solid mga players mo for sure. Pero ano yung pwedeng abangan ng viewers?
Feeling ko yung pinaka-abangan nyo lang is yung same enjoyment, excitement ng team namin pagdating sa paglalaro. Siguro abangan nyo na lang sa Aura PH yung same na ginagawa namin, yung excitement, yung saya sa game. May kita nyo pa rin, pero yung improvement namin, ipapakita din namin sa inyo.
Aura PH, your back-to-back champions ng MPL, two-time history makers, at hindi daw sila magbabago para sa MPL Season 6. Kaabang-abang for sure. This has been MPL's Fun Talk. See you in the next one.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash.
Pay Maya.
Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Professional League of Philippines. We are currently in our Season 6 regular season, and of course, this is the very first day of our 6th week. We are your casters. I'm your anchor, Shinbu with 149, with my partner here, Annalise Butters, and of course, the biggest shoutouts to our sponsors, our official telco partner, Smart. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
Of course, we have our official sponsor, Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone. The Realme 7 Pro alongside the Realme 7 will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon on Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now.
You got our official sponsor, Gillette. Ladies and gentlemen, get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
And we do have our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get 50 peso credits, free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Do check out our partner in esports as well, TikTok Live. Check out MLBB's channel in TikTok Live and get a chance to win legendary prizes from Mobile Legends. Also, our official gaming headset partner, the Logitech G, Here Like a Pro, and of course, the MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton. We just came in from our very first series of Bren Esports, and of course, Omega. Quite historic, I might say, right? Especially on certain instances, you know, Mark very, very much remembered, especially that the win streak has ended against the side here of Bren. And kind of but
yes,
Hayes, you know, that is involved in ending it.
Yeah.
You know, a former teammate. And what we have here is Execration versus Blu Fire.
Now, for Execration and Blu Fire, I mean, There's a lot of drama that instilled it enveloped Blue Fire this past weeks, and Execration, they really need that wake up call. They really need that wake up call because they've been losing left and right with Aura, Bren, Blacklist. Now, for these teams, I don't. For Execration, they are still fighting to take that momentum back. But for Blue Fire here, as bad as it may sound coming from us broadcasters, but the light is not really there at the end of the tunnel for them. It's slowly dimming down. There's still some light. They can just pull through and pull a miraculous comeback.
It is gonna be a miracle. It is gonna be a miracle for Blue Fire to actually qualify towards the playoffs. You know, it's a very real story, guys. We cannot hide it. There's no sugarcoating it. This is the last team here for this regular season. What we can only account for is the match that they will be bringing. You know, is the fight that they will be bringing. For every match, for every series that they have here in the MPL for the remaining weeks of the MPL. Guys, make no mistake, they're not yet eliminated. They are not yet eliminated. We're just saying that it is gonna be a very, very, very hard endeavor for them to really get into the playoffs because they are still yet to win any series, and we are now on to our third to the last week.
And the thing about Blue Fire here is if they really want to get in, they have to win while the other teams on their group loses.
And there's the miracle.
There's the miracle.
That's the condition for the miracle, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out the video, of course, for our teams.
Tigasin kasi hindi nyo kami mapapatumba. Bomba! Kasi every time na maglalaro kami, lagi kami may pasabog.
Sabon. Kasi magti-champion kami ngayon.
Ito lineup namin yan, complete package na ito eh. Kahit na bata sila yung skills, nasa kanila na yung talent talagang makikita mo na sa laro nila. Kahit na alam nilang sobrang lakas na nila, nakikinig pa rin sila sa mga veterans tsaka yung respeto nila sa mga nauna lalo na kay Sept. Di pa rin nawawala.
Umas na pag pinagsabihan mo, okay lang, sabihin nila mali ako. Kahit sobrang lakas na nila, gusto pa rin lagi nila matuto.
Kahit sino, kaya namin talungan.
Here we go, guys. Execration roster lineup. Hate, Sagitnu, Benicudi, Etomax, Chaknu, and Zapnu. Even Zapnu here as the 6th player has his running KDA, especially that he has participated in one series here for Execration. We know we have a lot of fans here for Execration. So yeah, let's take this time. Guys, you can actually scan the QR code up above Zapnu. And, of course, support your team. You will be directed to the landing page of the team where their contents are up. I think details about the team are also up. You know, get to know more, be closer to your teams. And, just scan that QR code.
I know we have our fair share of favorite teams as a fan. But then again, I really do hope that a lot of people here supports all the teams in the MPL. They really need it. And Execration, probably one of the biggest fan bases of all. And
probably one of the most enduring fan bases as well.
And to be honest, Execration has a fair share of love-hate relationships in terms of going in strong in the early part of the regular season while ending it quite of a bit of a flat line. And right now, we can see the flat line. For Execration right now, there's this trend. But if you think about it, there are still some games that they can win. And they can end this in a high note for their side of the regular season.
It is very possible, Butters. Right now, things has been exciting for Execration, especially on this regular season, highlighting the match between them and NXP. There were a lot of expectations. It was one of the most successful broadcasts, honestly, here for MPL. But still, the thing here is, it takes more than that. It takes more than just hype to really win the MPL. It takes really skill and mettle and really discernment and being above and ahead against any other team if you are here on the MPL. And that's not what is seen to be onto the side of Execration because of their explosiveness. And even though, yes, that's explosiveness, there is inconsistencies on that part. Now, let's check out Blu Fire.
i-describe ko yung team ko as maangas kasi maangas kami.
Describe ko yung team ko as kalabaw. Kasi nandito si Creep, kalabaw lang dito makapanda.
Meron kaming veterano na hindi pa naaalis sa buong MPL. Yun yung aabangan nyo.
Oo, naman.
Yung pinakamalaking asset ng team namin ay si Lims. Yung Roger niya, lumalaban sa 5.
Ang vision ko para sa team, 2 to 3 years from now, siguro later on maging successful yung bawat isa sa amin.
Wala naman siguro threat para sa akin. Yung nanay ko lang kasi baka di ako palaro.
You know what? We get the Blu Fire squad, batters. And maybe let's just start forgetting about the no-win record. Yeah. I mean, although it is the biggest headline here for Blu Fire, let's just take comfort on the idea that it has become redundant, it's obvious. You know what's up, right?
It's the biggest elephant in the room.
Yeah, it's the biggest elephant in the room. We already acknowledge it, so maybe it's time to let go of that elephant. You know, let's just take the game as it is.
And
right?
let's just have fun for
let's
the
just
side
have
of Blu
fun.
Fire.
Yeah, let's just have fun whenever we're seeing Blu Fire here. It's the best way to go. It's the best way to go. Maybe we don't know. Maybe the best way to expect is to not expect at all. All right. So here we go. We got Chu, Lims, Secret, Kripzu, Fuzaken, Unseen. All right. Chu has his fair share of aggressiveness as a main carry here. I'm actually very excited on how he will utilize this Project Next patch. Right. This new and improved patch that emphasizes more on the carry position and the possibility as well of having a quicker funnel and of course scaling, especially now that you have more gold in the game in the form of the jungle, in the form of the lane buffs. And maybe that explosive that can translate to a very strong form here for Blu Fire.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, seeing Blu Fire, there's still a chance that they can back from this. I mean, Bren on the higher ups of the higher echelons of the tournament, they lost against Omega.
Yeah.
But maybe now something can change from the bottom of the spectrum.
Yeah.
From the bottom echelons, probably there is a change that is brewing.
Yeah.
Even if I almost spoke in Tagalog there.
Yes.
Even if there are changes, I think something in Blu Fire here can change. Even if the odds are stacked against them, you can probably expect something new.
Yeah, here's the thing. Okay, let's try to make some, expectancy. Let's try to formulate some hypothesis here. The meta right now might favor early aggressions and early ganks by the tank or support position, but mainly on the tank position onto the lanes. Blu Fire actually here has a very aggressive tank that I can expect to be so disruptive in the early game, and that is a Buzakin. The biggest question is, I would expect Buzakin to be disruptive. The biggest question here for Blu Fire is, does Blu Fire side laners or even the mid laner here, which I think seems to be onto the hand of Lims now instead of Cho, is willing to follow through with Buzakin. This is our head-to-head stats. Execration is a very explosive team. You don't expect them, honestly. You don't expect them, honestly, to have the highest running stats, the highest running KDAs here for Execration. As, again, they have a very explosive playstyle that borders on inconsistency. But because of Blu Fire's very, very low stat performance here, it's no surprise that Execration would have the highest, would have the better highlight for this head-to-head, right? So, here's the thing. Maybe, just maybe, just looking into this head-to-head stats, maybe something can be offset here by Blu Fire, because if there's one thing they have won, a clear message here, if we're looking for a ray of hope, would be the first blood count. Look at the first blood count here. That's quite a nice count against Execration. That's 9 against 4, and that kind of signifies early game lead, right? Or early game, sorry, not early game lead, but willingness to engage in the early game. So maybe Blu Fire can start snowballing from that point, right? Especially if they did it on the right place.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually surprised that Blu Fire has more first bloods.
Yeah.
Here.
Yes, compared to Execration. I'm actually surprised that Execration has very low first blood count.
I mean, for a very aggressive team, I do agree. Like, clearly, surely, this team has been forcing a lot of fights into the early game, and they have a lot of priority in getting that those pickups.
All right, Okay, anyway, this is our highlighted match. Ladies and gentlemen, we got our player head-to-head here in the form of Chaknu and Puzaken. And of course, for this highlighted player head-to-head, both actually accounts for, I kind of feel that KDA, especially sitting on the bottom ranks, still I think would be a bit close. But it may be because just Puzaken just entered the league, on recent weeks. For Blu Fire, maybe that's why, because there's a relatively low unique heroes used here for the side of Puzaken, right? Compared to Chaknu.
Yeah,
but they have very parallel playstyle.
Yeah, parallel playstyles, and I do think that in a way, like, Execration here has a better hold of what they want to do. And that's the thing about Execration. They just unload on the things that Blu Fire cannot really execute that well.
Yeah, and also excited as well for Execration's. I wouldn't say wing it personality, but I wouldn't be surprised if Execration would be, just would have a play style, would have an approach on the draft that just go with it, just try to make it work.
Yeah,
I would be seeing some things that kind of doesn't bode well with what the patch is suggesting.
Yeah,
maybe something like that, right?
And as we all know, everyone experimented on something.
Yeah.
So I clearly hope that both of the teams are going to try something new, probably incorporate the Jawhead to whatever it is that they're doing. And for Execration, I heard that some of the rotations that are happening right now, they were the ones who started it.
Yeah. Ah, really? Okay. Okay, if some of the rotations that we are seeing, that's good. That actually sets a nice expectation for the side here of Execration, because I would admit, I mean, in terms of grasp of the project next patch, it's not so high for these two teams. I mean, I would be expecting Execration to win really here against Blu Fire, but when it comes to like strategic strategic approach or like strategic beauty in terms of utilization of the new patch, not so sure, but we will see really if that is true, if the first rotations will come in from Execration. Though I do remember Execration having really very aggressive early rotations, especially even from way back, even before this project next patch.
Clearly you would see like the project next patch really affecting us in one way or the other. Probably the biggest shakeup that happened was, it's clear that Bren Esports, I think Omega just looked well prepared rather than Bren Esports going weak with the patch. So I just think that we can put a bit more, expectations for the next days for a lot of the teams. But right now, Execration, Blu Fire, they need to show up.
All right, so we have our running draft here, ladies and gentlemen, and because of the changes into the jungle, and especially of the changes that goes against 1-3-1 compositions, very low priority onto the ban of Selena. Right now, most bans are quite allocated for the side lanes here. Also want to remind you guys that Limbs here might, bode well again because he can return to his Esmeralda. Esmeralda is not anymore permaban here for this week. And also very, very potent onto the side lane. Look at Execration here. A very nice ban on the Jawhead, which I think so far has shown in the match between Bren and Omega is really doing well.
I think for the side of Execration here, they just banned out the Khalid. I think it's one of the dual lanes that can 100% sustain or just win the lane because of the innate wave clear and dueling capability with just sustaining himself.
And also the dive.
And the dive. For the side of Blu Fire here, you have Yu Zhong and the Farsa. I think they're sticking with their gut here, not giving out Execration their heroes.
Yeah, eto Max Farsa here, I think might be rewarding as well, especially on the roam side and especially on the aggression side. So totally understandable for the bans here of Blu Fire. Selena won't be banned really. We get the Hilda. I totally understand that ban as well. I find that Hilda really, especially on good players and especially on her fair share of presence and pick here at the MPL regular season, calls for a proper ban rate. with the vision, and the pressure that she provides even early on, and which his team or her team rather can build to.
Okay, so Cho is the first pick here for the side of Execration, and you don't really expect like they would go for the big guns right now for Esmeralda, because Chakno can play that, Benicute can play that, and it's a very flexible pick on their side.
Yeah, we'll get the Chango here onto the side of Blu Fire, eyeing that the Chango actually is such a good pick, especially for the mid lane, especially on the wave clear that she provides. Although we did see on that game number 1 by Bren and Omega that the Chango will be punished by very willing heroes and players to dive her and pressure her in her lane.
Blu Fire here going for the Chang'o, even if it didn't really show up that well on the previous series. Uranus, probably the first time that we're gonna see him in Project Next in a official game. So Execration here still going for the Yisun Shin, Kufra. They're not really staying away from their previous identity, and this is going to be an off-lane show.
Yeah. Yes, especially with the presence of the Kufra here. I know that would be nice. Although if I were Blu Fire, I would be choosing the Esmeralda. I find the Esmeralda a bit more dominating compared to the Cho. When it comes to side lane here, there's just a lot of control and wave clear for the Esmeralda, especially on the early game. But in terms of pickup, I would go for the Cho, especially on setup as well, because Esmeralda works more like of a follow through during clash. But does Blu Fire have plans of doing that?
This is, if you can see, I'll just notice it right now. If you can see, Execration is playing like together. Well, for Blu Fire, Blu Fire, they're not really doing that. They're staying in their own houses.
I think they're playing separated here, and that is for the side of Blu Fire. Maybe we leave that to you, of course, on the accounting for the news of Blu Fire here. But right now, there we go. We get the Alice banned by Blu Fire, ladies and gentlemen. Even with the backshot security here by them, they have nice durabilities in the lane, but kind of feel that these are not heroes designed. These are not heroes really designed to like get a nice shop, and make the most of the available gold for the game right now, especially on this Project Next patch. And they're still eyeing the Thamps, or they're still eyeing their side lanes, really.
So, I kind of get the backshot. It's there to just control whatever sustain hero that Execration is gonna go for next. But you know what? I think it's a pick that you could have set up for another time, like for the 4th and 5th pick. I don't think right now for Blu Fire it has a lot of priority into just securing that.
Well, let us see, ladies and gentlemen. So far, not much onto the side. Of the picture of our teams with regards to the Project Next patch. I kind of feel that this is kind of parallel and similar still to our previous patch, ladies and gentlemen. So we'd have to account. We still have to account what will be the final pick here of Blu Fire. The best part about this though is that Blu Fire hasn't shown their 2 cores, hasn't shown their main carries probably, or what is this? Maybe a jungler as well. I'm sure, no? I'm sure as well. Right, I think these are not natural retribution holders for the side of Blu Fire, but feel that the pick pacing here for Execration is getting better and better, especially with the bans. They are now removing natural counters here for their Yisun Shin. I kind of feel that the Yisun Shin will be enabled heavily here for Execration. Also want to mention that Kufra is onto the side of Chaknu. I can imagine a side lane dive here. I can totally imagine a side lane dive here where Chaknu will just be going so aggressive and Benicute can easily follow through. Even Benicute, I'm sorry, maybe not Benicute, but Hate can follow through. Like on a lane where Benicute is involved. I'd be expecting Benicute to be playing maybe on a gold lane even, because we've known Benicute to be a really good player who controls scaling hero. Right? Remember the Alice, right? Back then. So
look at this.
Look at that. We have a Benicute hero. We have a Benny QTYSS. I think that's Hate Gusion.
Probably is. Well, it could be.
There we
well,
go.
they're sticking with the certain 1-2-2 setup that
Wow.
we've seen time and again for these two teams. But you know what? It's a just face. Let us see what are they
There we
willing
go.
to pull off. They go for a Karina, and you know
Zas.
what? Zask and Karina.
There we go.
You know what, Shinbu?
I'm not saying it's a good pick. I'm just saying we
Okay.
have a very interesting pick here. The best part here is there is something we haven't seen before, right? We have something here that we haven't seen before, and we have a new patch, and that's what we want, right?
It's their
If this works.
understanding. It's their understanding.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Shinbu, what I worry for the Blue Fire side most in terms of drafting here is they clearly have a lot of magic damage on their side. If ever the enemy, the side of Execration goes for Athena Shield, an Oracle, a lot of their damage are going to be negated.
Yeah, and the thing here as well is they're very dependent on the cooldowns of their abilities. If their purple buff gets removed against them, that is very, very punishing onto the side of the Blue Fire squad. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on our game number 2. This is once again the day 1 of the 6th week of the MPL-PH regular season. A match between Execration versus Blue Fire. Execration the blue, Blue Fire on the red. Let us go. Okay.
Onto the middle lane, you could see that there is still this certain understanding for the side of Blue Fire that they're gonna go for a 1-3-1.
Yeah.
Well, for the side of Execration, they put 2 heroes on both sides.
Yeah, they got 2-1-2 actually on the setup here of Execration. But almost forgot. I may want to wish and see the Siege minion here. Which lane is which? But I cannot but feel I think the bottom lane is the bottom lane the gold lane here?
Turtle.
Alright, so bottom lane is the gold lane.
Bottom lane is the gold lane.
Yeah,
XP lane will
XP lane
always
is the top
be
lane with the turtle side.
with
right?
the turtle side. And
Alright.
as we can see
Yeah, there we
here,
go.
that is our affirmation. That is going to be our XP lane just because they have scrolls.
Now, this makes a lot of sense. Look at that. They have the Gusion actually went for the EXP lane so that the lane, the EXP, the level 4 would be accelerated on the Gusion. And look at here. You got Chaknu aiding towards Betty Cutie, punishing quickly that Uranus, and that allows for Betty Cutie getting chunks of gold from that shield protection. Guys, that's it. It's as easy as looking as this one. This is an early lead for the side of Execration.
So you get a support with good wave clear, poke potential onto the middle lane, and what you do after that is you put 2 heroes onto the side lanes. No matter how strong the side lanes are, that's only gonna mean that they're still gonna have a problem just because it's a 1v2.
It's a 1v2. And look at here, Hate already has his level 4 on, very much willing to actually participate into the fights. Limbs also sits at level 4. But they know where the entry point of Limbs is. It does look like Execration is willing to actually force out Limbs. With a dive, there goes Chaknu. He went in, there goes Hate. First skill, not gonna be connecting. There goes Fuzikan for the counter, ladies and gentlemen. But at least they were able to get back in that gold artillery. And yeah, still no kill down for the bottom lane. Only just one, and that would be a BenQ earlier against the U. Raiders 2! Boom!
And that is going to be the middle lane pressure that both of these teams can do. If you cannot see one person onto the lane, then that means you should be going back, and that is going to be another kill for the side of Execration. And it's a 2-1-2 understanding for the side of Execration.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, Shinbu, because we talked about this earlier, that a lot of the teams here have different understandings, and it just shows.
It just shows. Yeah, it just shows. The 2-1-2 setup here clearly accounts for 2 cores, 2 carry, right? You have the Gusion. You have the YSS as well, and it's paying good for them, especially on the YSS lane, ladies and gentlemen, because Blue Fire here seems to want to acknowledge where the gank will come from Hate. So that's why maybe they're being a bit light onto this side lane Uranus, and maybe that's why things are escalating all in favor of Execration's very cuties YSS. And this is not good because these are just the laning phase setup. At the moment that Execration tries to group up, they might have a better lead here.
You know what?
Because of their 2 cores.
Shin, now I'm thinking that probably an invade isn't really the best thing to do. But what you do when other teams go for the invade is you try to get the information where they are taking the buff.
Yeah.
Just get that information and just freely go through whatever it is that you have to go through in other lanes. Just because you can't really do the invades that easy when there is damage reduction on the jungle.
Yeah, and look at Chakno here. He's even guessing where Limbs might be. So there is really a lot of pressure from them. And all that needs to be done here for Benecutie is just to make sure that Secret will always farm under a turret. Look at the burst there, down for Chu. And that's it. Well, we did mention Chango is really good for maintaining your lane, but not so good when there is a potent assassin. And we get the Gusion. Hate working on that one. Now Chakno here, not going to be diving towards Secret. It doesn't matter. The pressure is still on. Coming in from Execration. You got the Baksha along with the Karina dancing around. But Etamax is always sure to provide vision.
You know what, Shinbu? Why are they always targeting Chang Oe here? Why are they always going for Chu? Because right now, Chu has the Purify.
Yeah.
So that means in terms of mobility, doesn't have that.
Yeah. Yeah. In terms of other stat, for the Flicker at least, right?
You can displace or you can dodge the Sword Spike.
Yeah. There is, I think, some little movement spin on the Purify, but has way little mobility compared to the Flicker option. And of course, the team can capitalize on the idea that, all right, you have anti-crowd control, then let's go all in on the damage. Let's have a Gusion, right?
And they're keeping it simple, keeping it basic. Execration here, not really showing us that much, but Blu Fire, they are getting forced out. Sword Spike won't connect. That could have probably been a kill if the Sword Spike connected.
Yeah. But the problem here, Butters, is not really of just the gank, of just the pressure, but of the lead that Benecutie has. I'm very confident he has a very big gold lead here compared even to Unseen. Remember that Unseen has been dancing around on the EXP lane, so if you're looking into the levels, yeah, that's pretty intuitive. But in terms of gold here, you got 4.3 compared to the highest that is 3.1 of Blu Fire. So that's a lot of lead. A very early Blade of Despair here for Benecutie. Even with the physical, even with the attack speed dagger already onto him, second attack speed dagger. So look at that. He is really willing to duel. He's really willing to dish out those quick attacks just so he can get easy access on that executes of the Blade of Despair.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking that the Deadly Blade is a good alternative, as we've said.
Yeah.
But then again, it really sets you back.
It sets you back.
It sets you back.
Yeah.
But look at this for the side of Execration. Sagitno didn't really even think about going for that Deadly Blade. He went straight for the Legion Sword.
Yeah.
And he gets a kill.
Even against Uranus, actually, look at that. Even against Uranus, I think the lead is too much, especially the one established by Chakno's dive, that you don't really need a Deadly Blade anymore. You just went for that raw, high damage. Just burst the Uranus down. I mean, if you get the execute mechanic, then why not, right? Even if you don't delay the shield, even if you don't reduce the shield, if you're just getting the execute down, then maybe that should be enough. Really, the idea here is just to accelerate your core. And that has been done here successfully by Execration. The acceleration goes at a lead of 7,000 in terms of gold and 10 in terms of kills.
You know what? I'm actually seeing Execration here being very creative, not only in setting themselves up in the lane, but look at their emblems here. Even Benecutie using a marksman emblem. To be honest, we haven't seen a marksman emblem ever since the start of MPL Season 5. Or maybe even the open the open qualifiers
That
or the
is
close
Electroflash,
qualifiers.
right? Is that Electroflash?
Not
the marksman of Benecutie, or I think it's the Electroflash marksman emblem here. Well, nonetheless,
that is the Electroflash.
Yeah. So we got here the mounting chart. It's been a long time since we see the marksman emblem. Actually,
we haven't
see
really
always
seen this.
killing spree.
We
right?
always see killing spree.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Sometimes always there's a high end dry, especially when there's a hero like Cho or the others. The off lane is there, but you don't really see the marksman anymore. The marksman emblem, as other coaches have said, it's really outdated.
Yeah,
but
I kind of like the Electroflash actually for the early game. You know why?
Why?
First, you are targeting Uranus, the Immobile, quite if you get Electro Flash, you can actually kite the Uranus to death. Yeah, Uranus might be durable,
Mhm.
but the biggest impact of killing spree kicks in on the late game when you kill. So right now, there's an early emphasis. There is an emphasis for the patch that you would want to focus on the early game because there's just a lot of gold. There's just a lot of experience in the early game. So maybe that's why Electro Flash is because you get a lot of hit.
Yeah.
If you land those hits, especially on the shield, I think that's very rewarding. I'm sorry, I would admit to recall the Electro Flash provides provides movement speed, or is there attack speed?
It provides 40% movement speed, and it restores and
So there's
HP is
movement
restored by 30% of the hero's physical
So
attack.
there you go. So what happens there is that you have a nice laning. You have a very nice laning emblem there, right?
Yeah.
Because you have HP restoration, right?
Yeah, I do agree. Like, clearly just seeing how you put the Electro Flash into play.
Yeah. And plus the attack speed of the marksman emblem works really well, if you want to target those shield.
And the thing about it is, Shinbu, usually for other teams, like, you would really just try to go for a killing spree. But then again, if the Yi Sun Shin is put in a very bad spot early on, if he gets that Electro Flash proc going onto his side, he can regen his HP. And that could mean that 40% increase in terms of movement speed could mean life and death for the Yi Sun Shin. Because as we've said, Yi Sun Shin is one of those heroes that don't really go straight for that flicker. He wants to go for the retribution. Probably not the Purify because that's a built-in mechanic and one of his skills. But Flicker is the second best spell for Yi Sun Shin. But right now with that Electro Flash, you have the extra movement speed, you have the extra regeneration. I think it's a way to just say that my Yi Sun Shin can actually live in dire situations.
Yes, and I mean, right now what is being shown here is a very, very dominating performance there by Execration, and I love it. Not dominating performance really. It's about the 2-core setup, because even though I'm not so sure if this goes really solid with the meta. Again, I firmly believe on this. I think it's really too early to say something final with the project next patch. I think it's always best to really just have a nice amount of number of games, especially in competitive, to see what works. But I love the experiment. I love the change of you don't see this Gushon YSS on the same comp. We would easily dismiss it as a losing comp.
Yeah,
we would if before the project next patch you could easily dismiss it.
But this is next.
As a losing comp. But this is next. Welcome to the next, boys.
Welcome to Project Next.
Welcome
and
to Project
that is
Next.
True. Shin, some of these I do agree. Some of these would be a very bad draft if it was in the previous meta.
Yeah.
It wouldn't really make sense. It wouldn't stick together just because the components are jumbled up just by damage, getting a good lane, and just if you think about it, you wouldn't really give the purple buff to Gushon, so that means Gushon will be gimped or limited in terms of what he can do.
Yeah.
But with this, they can actually think about it. Who gets the priority on the purple buff first? They can actually say, okay, Hate, you go get the purple buff first, then get the orange buff, then you just go wild.
Actually, Butters, before I believe on the 1-3-1 setup, which I witnessed on one of our partner tournaments, which is the Realme Mobile Legends Cup, of course, by one of our official sponsors. I did the 1-3-1 setup there by Team Payaman, and it was further confirmed by Honda Beast Gaming, also one of the best minds here for Mobile Legends in their country. Now, the thing here is that before that, I actually believe that you could actually set up 2 cores. When the first thing I thought when I saw the Project Next patch is you can actually set up 2 cores in the form of having a jungle core and having a gold lane core. And I think this is what Execration is doing right now. I mean, this is clearly what what you can see on Execration side right now. That Gushon is a core. That Benny QT there, the YSS is totally a core. Maybe it's time for us, Zen Esports, for me and Manjin to finally settle and agree that we can be both.
You guys can both be course. But you know what? it is a possibility.
We might have a nice strategy with that kind of approach.
Yes. And if you guys don't know Sen Esports is our caster team. Us 5 shoutcasters in the MPL plus Rob Luna, one of the shoutcasters here. The sixth man shoutcaster is actually part of the team. So clearly,
it's the overqualified team.
It's the overqualified team just because we can't really join because before we can join we were already disqualified.
Yes.
And I get the fact that there is a huge emphasis into highlighting or knowing how to utilize those lanes.
Yeah.
And I love the things that come out from these teams. Some think of it as a 1-3-1. Execration, think of it as a 2-1-2. And they're both not wrong.
No.
There is nothing wrong into understanding your pace in the game or your own set draft or set designations in terms of laning in the game. It's more on the idea that we try to, face those ideas against each other, and whoever wins it by the end of the day, I think that's the better.
That's it.
Strategy.
It's simple as that, right?
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
It's simple as that. Really, we need to see a lot of games.
Sample size.
We need a very good sample size here for the Project Next patch, and I think things will normalize. I honestly think things will normalize by the playoffs.
Yeah, and I like
not on the other weeks. Not on the other weeks.
You know what?
Yeah.
There's this idea that came to my mind. Why does Etomax stay into the middle lane? I just feel that a mobile support that can stun or lock someone into place. If Etomax has the freedom to go out of the lane and just surprise people, then 3 people in one lane could take out that one person in the lane.
Of course. I find Etomax is a very explosive player, honestly. On his preference on the Forza, he even goes as far as playing Leomord sometimes, even, right? But,
I'm actually scared of the capability of a Selena in this setup. At to want to set up, you put the Selena on mid.
On mid, yeah. Honestly, I have very personal bias towards the Selena, but I really think it is totally doable.
Yeah, if you think about it, Shin, you don't have to leave your lane that much.
Yeah,
you can just throw out
arrows.
Throw out the arrow.
And there's a lot of pressure within that lane.
Yeah. Maximum range. Throw it in maximum range.
And you could just have your traps onto the sides.
Yeah.
So you'd have one lane that has a lot of strength in front and has a lot of guard onto the side, right? Has a lot of guard onto the side, and that's one possibility. That's one key strength here. Now the keyword is lane, because lane, guys, has a lot of value right now. Although it's actually weird because we're accounting for the mid lane here, which I think we're yet to decide which lane has the most value. Honestly, I think it depends on tactic. Because even though, yes, there is a gold lane, even though, yes, there is an experienced lane, guys, mid lane is the shortest lane. That's the inherent advantage of the mid lane. And I still believe, before the Project Next patch, we all kind of agree that the most important lane early on is the mid lane still. If you remove the outer mid lane turret, that is a very, very big lead. Even after Project Next patch, I still believe it is still the same. I still believe that in terms of pressure, it is very punishing if you lose that mid lane outer turret before your side lanes.
And you clearly see it in terms of, the understanding of Execration. They do not invade. They do not want to invade in any way. What they do, Shin, is they really just try to get the things done in terms of getting the idea where the other team is. Because here, for the side of Blu Fire, they picked up Karina. And Karina is said to be one of the suitable heroes for that jungle lane, for that jungle role. And I like how Blu Fire is dealing with this as well. But they can't really go head to head with the side of Execration right now, because the thing is, in terms of Execration side, economy is balanced, XP is balanced. it gets spread out through the other sides.
Yeah.
Etomax gets a bit of priority just because he has a solo lane, and that's how it works usually.
Yeah.
So if Blue Fire can't stop the bleeding and cannot, turn things around on that Kagura onto the middle lane while she's alone, I don't think that they can actually catch up on this one anymore.
Well, let us see, ladies and gentlemen. We got here our return for the game. 8-minute mark. 12-0 on top of that 9,000 gold lead for the side of Execration. We're still yet to see the Lord as the 60-minute timer, 60-second timer is still there. Rather, they are just setting up, kill brushes here. And maybe I think I can actually predict how the dive will be done here, how the fights will happen here. And yeah, that is of Chaknu jumping, obviously.
And Chaknu's just saying that this is my house. You cannot extend. You cannot go here. Go back to your base. You are not allowed to go out. You are grounded.
Yeah, that's it. You just follow up with a mounting shocker after the dive of Chaknu here.
It's really safe.
Yeah, very, very safe. Very, very methodical. And again, you just need to have the waves in. There is enough wave clear onto the side of Blu Fire. But still, there's the dive of Chaknu. I can see it. There we go. There we go. There's the dive. There is the ultimate. There is the follow-up. There is going to be very cutie getting the kill onto the backshot. And also Sagitnu following through. 2-4-0. Maybe they get the 3 as they get the kill onto Limbs on the Karina. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. On the mid, it is going to be Gunna. And yeah, no amount of wave clear will stop Execration on finishing this one. There's another jump onto Chaknu, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Edomax here. He wants to finish the game. Focusing actually onto the main base for that part. But yeah, just like that. One setup on Chaknu. Few seconds away, we got 2 inhibitors lost.
And this is a good performance coming out from Execration. They're pushing their limits. They know that at this point in the game, Blu Fire can't really do anything. Because in terms of damage output, they focused on magic a bit. Not a bit, but they really did focus on magic. So for the tanks here, as long as they itemize well, or the supports they itemize well, they could not go down. They don't have a chance of going down here.
Indeed. And I'm not sure. Did I just saw Chu use his ultimate without his second? But maybe just my eyes. Let us see here. Chaknu gonna go for the dive here. A catch onto Unseen. Ultimate, of course. Unseen is actually one side laner here. It would be very rewarding to target him. You got no Zaz. That's one big reduction onto your wave clear. That's gonna be it. It's just a countdown timer before this game closes in with the Lord already pushing in mid. And no minion wave up top. Doesn't matter. There is gonna be Chaknu. He will be casting it. I really doubt he will cancel this. He will go for the dive, and that's gonna be on towards Chu. And they go for the base. Ladies and gentlemen, this game number 1 will go to the side of Execration.
You know what? Execration here just showing us how it's done. Blu Fire, they had something in mind. They really wanted to make it work, but sadly, it didn't really work into their favor. Execration, showing us a 2-1-2. Is this their only understanding? We'll find out.
Well, all in day's work for the side here of Execration. Ladies and gentlemen, it is within our expectations. What is really good to highlight here, and I do hope Manjin would delve on this topic, is of the 2 cores. I love the fact that we have a Gushon. I love the fact that we have the YSS as well. This is a nice possibility. We're not saying this is an effective tactic that would work. It did work for now. But again, sample size. We need more sample size. But just for this moment, it is so fun to watch. It is so good to look at. We got 2 cores. Quite a bit far from the 1-3-1 that we're used to.
And seeing heroes like Gushon come back.
Yeah.
Karina even just debuting. For the longest time, we haven't seen a Karina even since season 1. Since season 1. But right now, there is a Karina pick that is said to be a good jungle role or jungle hero right now. So there are a lot of things to look forward to, and it's all about execution from these teams.
Yeah, and yeah, let's head into our solo analyst segment. Manjin.
Parang ang bilis ng game na yun ha. Parang mas matagal pa yung naging pause actually of the game because that was so dominant for Execration. Tama ang sinabi dito ng ating mga shoutcasters, lane dominance ang ginamit ng Team Execration dito to win. All I wanna say is that, man, Electro Flash is back para dito kay Benny Cutie. And actually, tama ang sinabi ni Wolf. Interesting pick though on the Zask para dito kay Unseen, no? I think ang gusto sana nilang gawin dito was to really clear the waves, really actually push the waves, get the towers. But interesting opening here for the side of Execration. Rose Gold Meteor to counter the magic damage from the Chang'o and from everyone else. And then again, lane superiority. Kung narinig niyo yung word na yun, superiority, big words yun. No? English naman tayo ngayon. Ang naging key to victory dito ng side ng Exe. Let's go to the next slide ng ating post-game stats. There you go, Ben Cutie, having the best time of his life. 17,000 tower damage. No? Kung itong screen na to isang malaking mapa, no? Isang malaking mapa, all of the lanes, magdodrawing ako ng mapa dito, no? Kasi gets na natin yan eh. Panalo na yung X eh, no? All of the lanes, no? Mamaya makikita rin natin yan. All of the lanes lamang ang team ng Execration to the point na actually wala nang masyadong umabot to. 0 tower damage. 0 tower damage. Si Unseen lang ang nakakuha ng tower damage. And even si Puzakin, 200 lang yung nakuha niyang tower damage. So talagang hindi binigyan ng Execration ng tsansa dito ang team ng Blu Fire makalapit. No? This 2-1-2 setup works wonders actually for the side of Execration. First time natin nakakita to. And actually, masagot lang ang tanong ni Wolf na Yushun Shin, Electro Flash, mas madali kang makakapag melee at makakapag long range, no? On that Electro Flash. Let's look into the smart highlights of the game. Actually, wala masyadong highlights. Mas madami yung naging pick-offs dito ng side ng Execration. Just again, emphasizing on the laning stage for Execration. Eto Max, early level 5 actually because he is soloing the lane, the mid lane. And then, eto, kung makikita doon, siya ngayon, kumukuha siya ng Little Wanderer early into the game. Soloing the Little Wanderer kanina, no? And with that, bugbog, sarado, guys. Wala na akong masasabi pa. I think sobrang hirap din ng situation ngayon ng Blu Fire kasi looking at their situation, hindi na sila magkakasama. I mean, tamang video call na lang sila. At nadali sila dito ng 2020, no? So, tamang... ang hirap niyan eh. Ang hirap maglaro, to be honest. Ang hirap maglaro ng naka-video call lang, no? Iba pa rin talaga kapag magkakasama kayong lahat. So, your MVP of the game is Hate. Wala tayong math problem ngayon. Ang problem natin ngayon is kung paano, no? Paano, nawala. Wait lang, yan. Kung paano mananalo ang B and K, no? B equals N equals K equals, yan ang formula, no? Yan is the new formula of B and K. What is the new formula B and K? Kasi, man, this is a struggle, no? 2 points lang ang max na pwede nila makuha for this game. And I think, kapag natalo sila, like what we've said earlier, pwede na silang matanggal. So, for the fans of BNK right now, I'm requesting you to raise your hands and get that giveaway code. Habang nire-raise yung hands nyo, print screen nyo na lang. Raise your hands. Naangat mo na ba? Hindi, alam ko hindi mo inaangat kasi kinukuha mo yung giveaway code ngayon. Pero pagkatapos nyan, iangat nyo na yung mga kamay ninyo dahil kailangan nyo nang ibigay ang energy ball para sa BNK to survive the potential elimination. Bonus giveaway code, again, dahil nag-reach tayo ng 13,000 plus followers para sa ating mythical raffle draw. And boom! Isa pa. Boom! Eh, hindi sumakto eh. Pero visit bit.ly/MRD-7 para makasali pa kayo sa mythical raffle draw up until playoffs yan. So, pwede kayo sumali dyan, guys. So, that's it again, our formula is how will BNK finish this? How will they come back? Napakahirap na nito. Magiging bias na ako. Kahit isa lang, BNK. Kahit isa lang, please. Pero kasi kalaban nila ay ang team Execration. Balik na natin sa ating mga casters. Kayo naman.
It's always amazing whenever you look at Manjin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2, Execration versus BNK Blu Fire. And yeah, I would agree, Manjin. You know, maybe at this one, it's always being asked. It's always the question, honestly, for Blu Fire whenever they do this kind of matches. Again, we said that maybe it's about time we stop talking about how Blu Fire is not winning and just enjoy the game. They pick up Karina. They pick up the Zaz. Didn't work, right? So maybe we'll see something more unique, something more fun. Right?
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Execration, they got the show, and for Execration, whenever they get the show, it's a 57.14 win rate, and that got bolstered up by that certain show pick that they did earlier. It was a show offlane, and it was because of the freedom that they had, just because Blu Fire didn't get those heroes, and they just secured it for themselves.
And speaking of show, I can actually remember that shoutcast where I was questioning why does BenQT uses the YSS on the side lane. But now, totally no problem. Totally well informed. Totally very applicable for the Project Next patch that we have here. You just put the YSS on the gold lane, paired it with a Kufra against the Uranus. Really, that is kind of a checkmate in
You know
itself.
what? We've been telling that the patch is telling you to fight. The patch is telling you to
stay in your lane. Win your lane.
But you know what? I just have to say, the patch is telling you to be creative. If you want to invade, be creative.
That's true.
If you want to win the early fights, be creative.
Yeah.
Be as creative as possible so that it reflects on your drafts, it reflects on your rotations, and you don't go stale. Because right now, with this Project Next, I just feel that there's this certain amount of pressure that comes from a lot of these teams to just come out with a new strategy and make it their own. But I do not want one strategy to actually just come out of this. This is Project Next. May we have multiple metas.
And the idea is to have fun.
Yeah.
The idea maybe is to have fun, you know? Yeah. In this, it is kind of difficult. We're playing on the MPL still. The idea really is to win. The goal is to win, right? But of course, for our viewers, guys, you have a new patch. You know, it's really fun to learn. It's really fun to discover what are the changes. No need for a race. There's really no need for a race. I really don't think being first.
I don't think
again,
being
like
first
you said, right? It makes you right.
It doesn't make you right. Claiming that you're first doesn't really have its merits. Because at the same time, it's the hare and the tortoise. Whoever goes first, you know, may be more complacent than the others, and the slower ones might find something else.
Yes, there is a saying in Tagalog, but because I'm so good, I will translate it in English.
How will you translate it?
When someone who runs fast, whenever they get thorned, they will be thorned deep.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yes, that is true. So,
in Tagalog, ang tumakbo ng matulin kung matinik ay malalim.
Yes,
right?
yes, that's true. That's true.
So,
you know what?
But yeah, anyway, guys, have fun.
Have fun.
Always have fun.
Always try to have
that,
fun.
That you do, especially on this patch. Do not be really confused. Just read those patch and imagine the possibilities. That's where the fun lies.
If you're not that confident, don't get scared.
Yes.
Don't get scared. You
And just learn from others. Just try. You know, they said this, okay, try it. They said that, okay, try it. Right?
And if it works for you and you have fun with it, it's okay. Because this happens with a lot of games as well. I hear a lot of people just saying that, oh, we're scared of the new patch. It's so big. Do not be scared. This is still the ML that you love.
Yes.
It's just that as time progresses, the game progresses as well.
Yeah.
And Munton really just wanted to give you a better experience and to
yeah.
have a new perspective into the game. So appreciate the change, embrace it,
Yeah.
and make it your own.
Yeah, have fun.
Have fun.
Right, so anyway, we got the Khalid, Natalia, and also the Hilda. Ban on the side of Execration. Selena would still be available as the ban on Blu Fire would be of a Yuzong. That is a very nice ban, Kufra, and a Cho. Execration would prioritize on getting that YSS. I really feel that YSS should be a priority ban
Still,
right now.
still.
I think YSS should be a priority ban right now
Still.
for the meta, just to be safe.
And now that there is
And they got Joed.
now that there is an idea of a jungler just roaming around or
Yeah.
a support roaming around,
Yeah.
getting information on that support wherever she's going or
Yes,
he's going
yes.
is imperative for a lot of these teams. So
Yes.
I think YSS is still a hot commodity.
And the reduction of the 131.
Yeah.
The slowing down of the 131 kind of makes YSS a bit safe. Because you don't expect 4 people to be jumping onto you. You can expect maybe a bit, 2, 1, right? Something like that. And of course, you have your guard on this. Right?
This is where I actually think that Forza is going to have a problem. Because sometimes when it's 1-3-1, you can see 4 people sticking together into one lane.
Yeah.
Right now, if you're a Farsa, where do you go? Do you go to the top lane? Do you go to the bot lane?
The
Because
side
there
lane.
is always a siege happening
Yeah,
somewhere
yeah,
in the map.
yes.
So you can't be omnipresent.
Yeah.
You can't be there always in one lane.
yeah.
So if there is something happening to the top lane, then
Yeah.
probably someone is being proactive to the bottom lane and just pushing the waves.
Yes, and that's actually one of the weakness against Farsa. You can actually try to make a play on a lane where Farsa is absent. Although Farsa has the wings by wings, I do agree with you, Butters. The potency of the vision provided by the Farsa may be reduced because Farsa is preferred back then because of the vision that she provides, especially when teams clump together, especially when they go together as a 4-man unit. Farsa provides a lot of defense for this. But on fights that are spread out and individual fights, I think that's where Farsa kind of becomes very vulnerable, especially on pick-up heroes.
Think about it. Will you use wings by wings to go to one lane? Because if that happens, then that means you don't have wings by wings to get out.
Back into
To get out
Yeah.
if you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So a lot of things really just popping out here.
Yeah. This might be a Farsa that will just be allowed to stay into the mid. You know, same as how supports are being done here. Very interesting actually on the Loyi. I cannot but feel that Loyi is a hero that is nice to experiment around right now for the Project Next patch. I think, especially if you want to dive a lane.
Everyone was thinking about a rival.
Yeah.
But then again, if you have a hero with an ultimate
that can teleport you
anywhere, it makes sense. Because back then, I mean, a certain patch in the Open Qualifier, someone did say that she is the best support. But then again, aside from the nuking power, what more can you get out of the ultimate? Because you don't really use it as much.
There is a very big
But
question for
right
that.
now, if you use it and you want to defend a lane, you can just pop your ultimate, get in a safe place, and just defend.
Indeed. Well, we get the Lunox here for the side of Execration, ladies and gentlemen. So, it's a possible side lane, honestly. Lunox.
Oh! It's back, ladies and gentlemen!
It's time for the main event. We are back onto Etomax. Leomord.
It's probably Etomax. It's probably Sagitnu. As
It's
far
possible.
as I have to say, Sagitnu's name was May before. And
Okay.
May is one of the best
Leomord
players in the Philippines.
Yeah, I think we have Etomax Loyi and we have Sagitnu on the. We got Sagitnu on the Leomord.
Funny.
Of course, go for it. Why not? Well, it's already locked in, right? So yeah.
They don't have okay, there is Chakno there with a single target lock with unstoppable force in the ejector. But for Limbs here, if he is safe in terms of engaging, then it's probably gonna work on his side. But Leomord and Fanny coming out and joining the MPL fun.
Leomord Benecutie.
Alright. I mean, I mean, yeah. I think Benny QT is capable of doing so as
Yeah,
well.
why not? Yeah.
He's capable.
I mean, we're just basing it on our previous stats, guys. We got Etomax really playing Leomord. We also have Sagitnu playing Leomord.
But, I mean, having 2 skilled Leomord players, give it to the Leomord player.
Why not make it 3? Why not
make it 3? I mean,
we have 2 Leomord players.
Why not make it 3?
Make it 3.
Or probably give Chaknu a tank Leomord as well.
Yeah.
Just,
so you have 5.
you
You have 4.
You have 4. Then Hate probably get 5 Leomord players.
Why not?
What's better than 4?
Yeah,
make it 5.
Make it 5. Quick match, it's inspired by Imagine there. Man, I think everything got wiped off the table, same as everything got wiped off when the Project Next Patch was introduced. We have a Fanny here. I have no idea where is that coming from, but I have no complaints.
I have no complaints as
totally
well.
no complaints for this game.
And you know what? We didn't really talk about the Terizla.
Yeah.
I mean, Terizla
is okay to greet the Loyi.
Was balanced.
Yeah.
A very balanced hero right now.
Yeah.
His current passive was taken to the previous one, that season 3 Terizla pick that they were doing. It was reverted back to that certain spot where he was deemed to be one of the most OP heroes and tankiest heroes in the game. But the thing is, his damage output in terms of minions is decreased to only 75%.
Yeah.
One of his skills, yeah.
Yeah, one of his skills. So there is a good attention that is given towards the Terizla right now. Although there are a lot of changes actually for heroes, and we're yet to actually see our revamped heroes in MPL, and I'm actually looking forward into seeing that, especially next week. I think next week they're already allowed, right? But yeah, with this kind of lineup, my side lane on the Leomord, I think Leomord EXP lane. You still have YSS. Oh no. Sorry.
This is probably
what do you think? YSS jungle? It's possible.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's a possibility.
Jungle, yeah.
Now
I think YSS jungle. Leomord side lane still.
I think it's going to be Yisun Shin and Lunox in one lane. They're just gonna poke the hell out of the enemy. The one just staying there. And that only
I'm
means
curious, I think between the two, because you have 2 side laners. You got Lunox and also Leomord. So I think EXP lane Lunox. Gold lane Leomord. I mean, Leomord kind of benefits on the level 4.
Or
very possible, but
they could revert to 1-3-1.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibility for that draft.
There's
a lot of possibility for that draft, because the thing here is there's kind of a blurred line whose ultimate is more valuable, whether it is Lunox or Leomord. But if I'm thinking about it, I think I would just go for the Leomord EXP lane.
Yeah.
I think Barbiel is really impactful. That's a very big power spike for Lunox once Barbiel is already online compared to the Lunox shifting forms, right?
So, Execration here, surprising us, but and I don't want to talk about the Fanny. I think the Fanny pick here for the side of Blu Fire.
There's no reason.
I don't really think that there's a reason, but in terms of the catch here for the side of Execration, they only have one.
Yeah.
So I think as long as you don't have anything to lock down limbs, it makes sense.
All right, so there we go. My vote was wrong. We got the Leomord on the gold lane. We have the Lunox on the experience lane. And here's a fun fact. We have Hate also joining the experience lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be Sagitnu and Hate in one lane, and they're just gonna poke the hell out of the enemy team. And the enemy hero onto this lane. Oh,
nice jump by Secret. That was very quick against Hetomax. All right, and that's the blue buff onto limbs. Okay, but that is gonna be the lane.
So what they did was, after that XP lane, Hate goes to level 2. He gets the Little Wanderer, and he heads straight for that purple buff. So that's the certain rotations that the enemy team, that the teams are doing here. If you get a carry fighter or a carry side laner, you would put the marksman onto the XP lane, then just get his levels.
And look at this. So what Chakno is doing, just going for the reset, right? A disruption towards Limbs that forced actually Limbs to get his recall. He does understand that the Fanny has nice capability of returning to his own buff. So what Chaknu is now doing is he's trying to get some attention by visiting again the orange buff. But yeah, that is the first of the early small leads here by Execration. Another goes sa Gitno. Chaknu dancing around against Limbs. Alright.
And Etamax here, getting the level 4, and they will. And this is Hate. Just
of course,
they're flexing, and right now they are making money. Make it rain.
And look at that. Benny Kitty doesn't even need to use the barbell. Still has the green dot on the moment that Hate actually visited that lane. Guys, that is very important. And that gold lane gank, that's a lot of gold now for Hate. That's where the biggest lead will happen.
And look at the gold. It's 1k up here for the side of Execration. It's 1-1.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, that's 1.4k gold given to the side of Execration just because of that one sequence that Execration did. Wow, that's really high. And Sagitno here is getting a fair share as well.
Yeah, of gold. That's how it's done. Ladies and gentlemen, no surprise. By the 4-minute mark, I'll be seeing an early item here for Hate. But Hate is eyeing actually the late game here by choosing the killing spree. And Chaknu, you know, is being impactful. That's totally okay. He did throw Limbs out. And that's all he needs. That's all he needs. He just needs to disrupt continually. The Mounting Chakra gets casted. There is a kill though done by the Lunox, if I'm not mistaken. There's gonna be Chaknu, goes for the Unstoppable Force towards
and
Fuzuken.
Chaknu got
the buff. That's how it's done. It puts in the logo of the Onyx here.
Oh,
and,
no.
Yeah, that's Etamax also following through. Doesn't matter. Even with the death on Etamax, that's a lot of pressure there by Execration. And lots of freedom for Hate. And Benikiti also farming in. And guys, that's the final minion. That's the final artillery. Gold artillery gold. Yeah, that's the final artillery gold that we'll be seeing on the gold lane. So that's a 340 mark, guys. And yeah, all lead on Execration. 2K.
Yeah, and Sagitno here getting chased down. Doesn't have the mana, but Hate is here. And that arrow will connect. You know what? I really like the idea of Yisun Shin being the jungler. Because in terms of rotation, he has good range.
Just look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, what Benikidi decided to go for is a very early, instead of the Bloodlust Axe, he went for a very early Blade of Despair on his way to actually building it. He got the 2 Legion swords already up. And I think Raptor Machado and a physical attack dagger is present also towards Hate. It can't be denied though that Benikidi will be getting more gold. Or maybe something, I'm not so sure yet. We want to revisit that. But it will be no surprise if Benikidi really has an accelerated gold. He is in the gold lane and he is winning.
It makes no sense if Benikidi on the Leomord goes for the
Bloodlust
Axe. Because the thing is, if you think about it, the other team is banking on sustain. So if you're gonna out-sustain a Thams, if you're gonna out-sustain a Uranus, it won't make sense because technically they are better sustained heroes than you.
Yeah.
So if you're
compared
to
the item sustain,
if you're gonna bandage it with a Bloodlust Axe and think that it's gonna make sense for you, then it's not really, it's not really going to favor your side. But if you think about it, if you go for a Blade of Despair, they don't have their core items. When you step on them with Barbiel, the Phantom Steed,
whatever regeneration
there is, it's gonna take a heavy chunk out of their HP. And it could take them to 30%, where Leomord shines more.
Yeah. And my man, it's a bit slow and a bit less obvious compared to our game number 1, but Execration has another unique composition that made it work here for our game number 2 against Blu Fire. Even with this technical pause, guys, I think it's kind of set already for them. We have returned, guys.
And look at this, 2 rockets.
I was thinking if the damage would be enough. I honestly thought it might be an execute or it might be a finisher for the Fanny, but
Probably at 4.
Probably at 4.
Probably at 4 rockets, it could make sense. But here is where invades matter, to be honest.
And there's retribution, so there's really no chance of Chu denying that. And
look at Louis just staying into the mid lane. And you know what? what I'm actually surprised about here is you put a Luyi into the middle lane. Sheila doesn't have the certain mobility. Secret here is between the crossfire here of 3 heroes of Execration, and he won't really live. But putting a Luyi into the middle lane, he doesn't have that certain amount of mobility, you know. But the thing is, they made it work again.
And it's a very defensive hero.
Yeah.
The Loyi. You just put your first skill here. You just put your dispersion, and you could have a lane that you can steadily shove and clear. And well, Unseen is just dancing around. He's not fully backing. That's very risky for him. If Benecutie decides to go, good thing the Barbell is already down for that side. Curse of Crow. Energy impact not gonna be connecting, and of course with that, Execration would just retreat by a bit just so they can take this turtle, guys. Guys, the lead is too much. Get 6k here. Legion Sword 2 onto the side here of Hate. Also a kill. No, actually the turtle secured for him. And even the Mounting Shocker would hurt a lot against the side of Blu Fire here. The only built item that I'm seeing would be of a Queen's Wings and of course a Clock of Destiny for Blu Fire.
But hey, you know what? Execration here, they are making things work onto their side. And I saw that there is an enchanted talisman for Luyi here. Mana regeneration is going to be on point, but look at this!
Yeah. And there is the ult from Puzaken! Oh my god!
It just stopped them on their tracks.
I mean, there's the ult on the ground by Puzaken. It's a bit late, actually. I'm not sure what happened there, but, it is what it is, killing spree.
You know what? It's counterintuitive to actually use wings by wings to get into an area here for Unseen. Because the thing is, once they see Unseen in another lane, the other lanes go, and the side lanes that there is an access of the Farsa in terms of feathered airstrike is just gonna back off.
Yeah.
So it's not really working right now. The fights aren't really focused into one lane as our previous meta does. But now we can see that there is going to be a bit of a dilemma in terms of just picking that Farsa.
Yeah, and we are now here onto the last turret outside the base here of Blu Fire. Teleport. Actually, diversion coming in from the Loyi. Followed up with that Mounting Shocker. Not gonna be bought here by the Blu Fire. And I think this is gonna be very difficult. All you need is to just have Chakno go in. This is a bit slower compared to the Kufra. Totally understandable. You're using the Jawhead, but Jawhead has higher pressure.
If you think about it, Limbs is only at level 6, and that's because Chakno isn't giving him anything free.
Yeah.
It takes a Fanny to use all of his energy on Chakno just to get something. So that means he's forced to always go out.
Man, 9k on the gold lead here for the side of Execration. Even Hate here can easily solo a turtle without having to worry for anything. Of course, this is Blu Fire. We are still watching. This is a Blu Fire match. We are still watching, but I wouldn't be surprised that really a team which comes prepared, even by just a margin against another team, and totally understand one mechanic of the next patch against their opponent. I think it could lead to one-sided series, really, one-sided matches, really, because you can drafting and of course laning is as close to a checkmate. You can already set up a checkmate just by laning and just drafting alone.
And look at the nuke coming out here from Luyi, and this is pressure on all sides of the map. Blu Fire, they are defending. They're trying to fight this, but look at Limbs with a few slashes and a few hits of an arrow. He's forced to go back.
Yeah. Wow, they need to go steady here. Sagitno kiting back. There is a very beautiful ejector there against a Secret delivered towards Sagitno.
Okay.
Alright, there is one killed. But of course, Benecutie will be cleaning up. Demon Hunter Sword already available here for Hate, and they will follow through. The next one would be of Puzaken. Pushback done in by Benecutie. They're gonna be Cho. And under the feathered airstrike, Etamax will fall down. There goes Limbs. And Limbs will walk away.
And oh man, this is really just hard for the side of Blu Fire.
Yeah.
They cannot do anything at this point. Well, it takes a couple of mistakes for Execration for them to actually come back from this. But at this point, a team of a caliber like Execration, they won't really back down, and look at this going in.
Yeah, very good
Benny
flicker there.
Cutie.
Yeah, very good flicker there actually by Unseen. Especially the quick initiate by Benny Cutie. He's just baiting Secret here. Maybe just establish pressure there, but at least we get a 10-minute mark. And I can feel a nice stall there by Blu Fire. Unseen is doing quite a good job in clearing the waves, defending properly, using the Farsa, just using the safe distance that the Feathered Airstrike provides for Farsa.
You know what? One of the things that I've noticed is if you have a good jungle rotation or a good jungle pattern into just getting the minions or the monsters, you can probably go solo Lord at 10 minutes.
It is possible. I would agree.
Yeah. And
a solo Lord, yeah.
A solo Lord isn't that far-fetched at this point because you know what? It's MLBB.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Butters, we have a lot of gold in the early game. We have a lot of resources in the early game, and lots of resources in the early game could actually provide a lot of scaling for scaling heroes. And interestingly, Hate didn't focus under the turret here. Still, no inhibitor turret will be knocked down against Blu Fire.
And look at Chaknu here. Wherever Limbs is, I am there as well.
Yeah.
He's not letting Limbs go out. It's like a master. It's like a dog on a leash. He's not letting it go.
Yes, especially, and the interesting part here is it's the dog that is actually catching the... It's the Fanny that looks like a dog here on the leash, but let us see. The turret is still alive. Finally, Hate decides to go for it. It just only takes one hit to finish it. And yeah, inhibitor turret is down for that part. But still, the game is up and available for Blu Fire. But it's only a matter of time. Another diver by Benekti cancels out the Feathered Airstrike. Chaknu fully commits. He gets stopped by most of the members of Blu Fire. It doesn't stop him from killing Unseen though. And yeah, now that gives freedom for Hate again to target his second inhibitor turret down in the mid. They go for that top lane side. Benekti now will be going back into his normal form as the Barbiel will expire. There is going to be Sagitnu stay into the front line. Chaos Darkening will be casted. Fade away actually. And now he has his Brilliance on. It's going to be Limbs missing some of the cables, ladies and gentlemen. But the moment it goes in towards Sagitnu, Sagitnu will be casting that Order of Brilliance. And yeah, that's it.
I'm actually seeing Sagitnu with a big smile on his face.
Yeah.
That Sagitnu's meta was actually the carry side lane. Where you have all the time in the world to get farm for your side lane. It doesn't matter if you have 2 cores.
And scale, right?
And scale. So I think with 2 very strong cores, or 3 strong cores from the side of Execration, they can make this work on their favor.
Yeah. And Fanny is a very difficult hero to be utilized. Oh my god, a full combo here done by the members of Execration. This is the explosiveness that we are waiting for. Even in this one-sided game, layered with everything from Hate's Mountain Shower to Benny Cutie's Barbiel. I think that might be it. We get some minion wave still. Fuzaken and also Chu is still alive. Etomax will be going back. He does have his ultimate on. He can easily teleport in and diversion onto the base here of Blu Fire. TPs are also coming in. Wave clear onto Benny Cutie. Hate is also kiting back. Chu is just dancing around. And Limbs is gonna be there. Again, I just want to go back to my point that the Fanny is really not an easy hero here to be utilized ever since, at the start of Mobile Legends. She is like a hero that invites challenge to a lot of players. And yeah, I mean, we are seeing here, even though there is some good performance there on the Fanny, and it takes a lot of mastery actually to get it to this level, I think Limbs needs some improvement still on the cable work. On the cable work of that Fanny, because we're seeing some missed cables for that part. There goes Chakno, they go for the dive. Chu into the front line, flicker in, no ejector, and there goes Limbs. He wants to get into the base of the other team. He gets chased down by Benekti along with Hate. And I think that's it. Already one skill unlocked for Hate here. Ladies and gentlemen, there's still an artillery minion. Etomax also going to be receiving some damage from the Blue Fire's defense squad. Remember that it's only just 4 members alive. Benekti in critical health. Chakno also goes for the dive. Barbiel is still online for Benekti, but of course, onto the side there goes Chu. He wants to target him. He wants to target Benekti. They go for the wave clear. They're just dancing around. There goes Chakno onto the side, and Blu Fire tries to maintain composure. Benekti flickers in, wants to make an explosive pick, and he has done so, and that is it. 2-0. Ladies and gentlemen, for the side of Execration.
Execration here just showing us that their understanding in terms of the game being annoying and just exerting just flexing
Yeah.
that map control that they have. They make it work on their side, and goodness gracious, it's a 2-0.
I'm just happy that we see, even if we see 2-0s here, even if this is totally within our expectations against Blue Fire, I'm just happy that we see something different, we see something unique, and that is mainly from the side of Execration. The best part is, seeing something unique and you see it work.
Yeah.
We have a side lane Lunox, we have a Leomord getting reintroduced, we have the YSS being played not just in the jungle position, but also on the gold lane.
Yeah.
Gold lane position.
Whatever Execration did there was self-explanatory. You saw that as well. It was an open book. It was a storybook for kids that everyone can actually read and understand. Then again, you can do that too. See, this is what we were telling you about, that the new patch isn't really daunting. As long as you put a bit of creativity, imagination, and all those stuff, you can really make it work. And that was actually a good strategy from Execration.
Yeah.
And it was a 2-1-2, and even us, we think that we can do that for our certain games that will happen in the near future.
And I think it follows through with what we are advising. It's fun. It's
fun.
Watching it is fun. Casting it is fun. I would dare say even playing it might be fun as well.
Yeah.
Execration, from the looks of it, they actually had fun in doing that. But it takes more than that to actually fully conclude what the project next patch is. I would dare say even the Bren, ending the winning streak of Bren done in by Omega, it's not enough to really conclude the project next patch. Even this one is not enough yet to conclude the project next patch. I'm not so sure if the whole week until Sunday is enough to actually conclude what we can say about the project next patch. Anyway, guys, that's it for our time. It has been an honor to shoutcast for these games, guys. We're gonna be passing it on to our resident analyst, Manjin.
Creation. Direct, may analysis? Oh, okay, may analysis. May analysis pa pala. Sorry, Direct. Tinanggal ko na yung code ko eh. Blu Fire, guys. Yes, sabi nga dito ni na Wolf. Hawakan na lang natin. Sabi nga dito ni na Wolf, kaya pa nilang mag-survive. But then again, sobrang miracle na yung kailangan nila. Isang napakalaking himala yung kailangan nila. Looking at the items right now, guys. Tignan natin. Aray. Yeah, uwing-uwi na talaga, no? Joke lang. 7-0-4 si Hate. Total dominance even though nagkaroon ng first blood, no? Even though nagkaroon ng first blood dito ang Blu Fire. Let's look at the funny stat. Mukhang sinabi na lang ng Blu Fire dito sa kanilang last game na, sige, i-funny mo na. Tapusin na natin ang laban. Sige, gano'n na lang. Nothing to win, nothing to lose. Attitude na lang ang ginawa dito ng team ng Blu Fire. Then again, they're up against a team na kailangan ng sobrang daming puntos para makabalik sa ating laban. And man, Execration showed us something else, especially highlighting this player, Chaknu, on the jaw head. There you go. That jaw head, Chaknu, no? I think there's an heavy emphasis on the buffs na kukunat kapag maraming umaatake. So going on to our post-game stats, Chaknu, ladies and gentlemen, 2 times niyang tinanggalan ng buffs si Lims dito. Umabot na sa point na boom, 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 pow. 0 ang naging tower damage ng Team Blu Fire, and it was a total love set. Kung naglalaro kayo ng billiards at ng pool, gets nyo yon. Wala silang nakuhang kahit anong objective on that game. Sige, isang orange buff, 2 purple buff. Then again, after nung pangalawang kuha ni Chaknu dito ng purple buff, it all went down para sa team ng Blu Fire. Nawala na sila ng pag-asa. Looking into the smart highlights of the game, syempre, I think pwede natin makita dyan yung mga ginawa ni Chaknu mismo na space created para syempre kay Leomord. Ito yon. Boom. I think saktong tinimingan na nga lang ni Chaknu yung kanyang ejector. Makikita mo kasi yan kapag bumuelo na yung jawhead dito, makikita mo na talagang mag-e-ejector na siya. And I think, alam ni na Lims yun. Unfortunately, hindi pa enough yung damage ng kanyang retribution. Lims was at level 4 up until the 5-minute mark. And his enemies ay umaabot na ng level 7, level 8. Ganoon ka-dominant ang Team Execration on this game, on this season, Shin. And wow, Lu Yi, I think this is the first time na may nakita tayong Lu Yi, or probably the third time. Basta hindi natin siya masyadong nakikitang umaksyon, pero pinakita siya ng Execration. This time, I think nagkakaroon lang yung Execration actually ng mga plays na talagang nagiging agresibo na sila. Kasi alam na nila yung kung gaano kalakas yung items nila. Unfortunately, for Team Blu Fire, kulang yung item power spike nila. Kulang yung kalakasan nila to make an outplay. And now for our smart MVP, makikita natin, siya ay walang iba kundi syempre si Hate, no? Yishon Shin, 7, magmamatay ulit 7 minutes in. 7 minutes in, Hate was at level 12. And then, Lims ay level 6. Level 6, man. Pag minainos mo yan, 6. Ang bilis. Wala pang 0.0 seconds na solve ko yung math na yon, no? 6 levels ahead si Hate against the hyper carry hero. Of course, with 98,000 gold, 704, napakabilis, napaka-aga. I really think na, si Chakno, I think, ang pwedeng MVP on that game. Pero syempre, with a given record and with the KDAs, it's still Hate. So Hate just proving himself to still be one of the great carries of the tournament na aabangan nating lahat. Syempre, ang interesting kasi dito, Execration now aangat ng 3 points, no? On Group A, so ang naglalaban sa points right now is Omega, Exe, and Bren, no? I think NXP, kailangan pa nila ng 2 games para makapasok doon. Wow. By the way, hindi pa pala tuloy ang uwi dahil meron pa tayong interview portion. Atin ang kausapin ang walang iba, the captain of Execration, Ito Max, man. Congratulations sa 2-0. Una sa lahat. Hello, man.
Thank you, Sir Manjin.
Yon, man. Interesting na ikaw na ang naging team captain ngayon ng Execration. Kahapon, actually, hello, Shaknu. Yan. Kahapon, hindi pala kahapon. Nung nakarang araw, nagkaroon ng big patch yung MPL. Bilang captain dito ng Execration, paano nyo na-formulate yung strategy nyo for today? Anong na-experience nyo dito sa bagong patch?
Actually, nung paglabas nung bagong patch, naglaro lang kami na naglaro para malaman kung ano ba yung mga pwedeng adjustment na gawin namin. So, hindi lang din naman ako, bilang captain, hindi lang din ako nag-isip nun. Siyempre, tulungan naman kami lahat dito. Lalo na
may smoke effects, may smoke effects.
Sapno, yan. Ayun. Kumbaga, tulungan kami lahat dito kahit yung mga hindi nyo nakikita sa camera, syempre tumutulong din sila.
So
sa lahat.
Total team effort, no? Nag-brainstorm kayo para doon sa buong meta na ginawa ninyo. Anong idea na actually paano nyo na nalaman na na tong mid-mage tapos dalawa yung baba Parang sino yung nagsabi nun? Paano nyo na formulate yun?
Kasi 'di ba since yung mga side lanes kasi ngayon parang sobrang laki na ng pera na nabibigay
Oo.
Yun kasi yung sobrang ganda na ng kumbaga every role may kayang magkapera. So hindi na katulad dati na may panel strat na kanya kukunin nila. Pero yung mga side lanes kasi ngayon sobrang laki na ng pera. So kahit magstay lang sila sa sa lane nila is marami silang makukuha ang gold. Yun.
Talagang utilizing the laning phase para kay Kuya Eto Max. Men, again, congratulations. Congratulations. Pangatlo ata kayo ngayon sa standings. Anong masasabi mo sa mga future na makakalaban mo ngayong MPL? Sa mga teams na makakalaban nyo?
Thank you sa lahat ng sa mga kalaban ba namin?
Oo, mga kalaban nyo. NXP, mga kalaban nyo, October 2 ah.
Oo nga pala, NXP. Yun, so, sa NXP, excited na rin kami syempre since bagong patch. Syempre, marami ring utak doon panigurado. So, magbubungguan na naman ang mga bagong meta yun. Pakitaan ulit natin ng magandang series yung mga manonood dyan. Abangan nyo.
Bait na. Bait na, Kuya Etomax. Okay, Kuya Etomax. Final shoutouts and saan ka namin makikita, no? Promote mo yung mga pages mo.
Okay. Shoutout nga pala syempre, una-una thank you rin kay God sa binigay na panalo sa amin. Tsaka sa mga boss namin, kala Boss Arvin, sa humahawak ng Execration, kala kay mo, kala Makay, sa mga tumutulong din sa amin, kala Billy, kala Pakbet, kala Hito. Yan. Tsaka thank you sa lahat ng fans na sumuporta kahit na lost streak kami noong nakaraan. Yun. Babawi tayo ngayon.
Babawi ang Execration coming from the captain of Etomax, of Execration, Etomax. Congratulations muli sa inyong team.
Ay, Manjin.
Oh.
Shoutout lang pala. Ay, nakalimutan ko sa girlfriend ko pala.
Sige, shoutout mo. Batiin mo, tol.
Shoutout sa girlfriend ko.
Sino?
Si Kat.
Ayos. Ayan, binabati ka ni Etomax, mahal na mahal ka niyan. And again, congratulations, Team Execration sa 3 points. Congrats, Etomax. Kita-kits sa susunod.
Ay, thank you.
Alright, guys. That has been it. Time check. Maaga pa rin ang uwian. Ayan, 9:53 sa aking Realme Watch. Wow. Ayan, syempre, ating tignan ang current standings ng ating tournament para syempre sa updated standings ng ating tournament. Umangat ang Execration, of course, now having 14 points, tied with Blacklist International. Meanwhile, you have Omega right now na pangalawa pa din, no? Even though they won earlier, same ang naging standings natin for today. Still, ang kailangan nating tignan dito, I think, is Group B. Kasi kung Group A, I think sobrang clear na kung sino yung apat, no? Parang 80% na akong naniniwala na yung apat na yan. Make that 95% pala. Yung apat na upper teams ang papasok sa playoffs. And Group B, malayo-layo pa ang kanilang lalakbayin. BSB, Signal Ultra, and Onyx PH naglalaban doon sa 4th slot. So with this guys, I hope na sana nag-enjoy kayo for today, and I really hope na manood din kayo bukas. Kasi nga, para sa ating mga schedule for tomorrow, nandyan ay ang Omega versus Signal Ultra. Interesting match, no? Para sa 4th slot. Blacklist versus Aura. Interesting match din. Aura nangunguna dito, but kung manalo ang Blacklist, pwede silang umangat ng 1 puntos. Siyempre, nandiyan na rin ang Onyx versus BSB. Much needed win for BSB and much needed win din para sa Onyx PH. Magkita-kita tayo, guys, 6 p.m. Nandyan din yan, diba? So, by the way, bago ako magbabay ulit, nandito ang ating giveaway code. So, go ahead, screenshot nyo na to para makakuha kayo ng mga awesome prizes and skins. Meron din tayong bonus giveaway code kasi nga, lagi kayong sumasali sa ating mga paraffle, no? 13,000 ang sumali. So, yan, screenshot nyo na, i-type nyo na. Nako, ang bilis, baka hindi nyo na-type. Replay nyo na lang. And syempre, visit bit.ly/MRD -W7 para makasali kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw. There you go. Ayan. Kung nagsali kayo ng ng week 1, hindi season 1. Since season 1 sumali kayo hanggang playoffs, pwede kayo makasali para umabot kayo sa ating legendary raffle draw. There you go. Syempre, again, maraming salamat po sa ating official tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new Giga Life app and choose free games. Official sponsor, Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone. Realme 7 and Realme 7 and 7 Pro. 6 Pro pa lang, mabilis pa rin. Alongside, we'll be launching this 30th of September. Abangan yan, 12 noon sa official page ng Realme sa Facebook. Join the Realme Revolution now. Kasama rin natin ang isa pang official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Siyempre, kasama rin natin ang partner natin in esports. Get free 50 peso credits from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and condition apply. So, register na. Kasama na rin natin ang ating partner in esports. Ayos ba yun yung ko? TikTok. Ayan, just go ahead and search hashtag Mobile Legends sa TikTok para makapanood kayo ng mga legendary videos and baka pwede pa kayo manalo ng mga premium and legendary skins. Siyempre, official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro, and powered by Munton. Wala nang iba pa. Sinabihan na nga ako ni Direk na okay na, pwede na kami mag-pack up. It's a wrap for today. Ako nga po pala si Manjin Faldas. Please like my page kung gusto nyo lang. Kung ayaw nyo, okay lang. Di naman tayo nagpipilitan. At Manjin Faldas, ladies and gentlemen, that has been day number 1 of week 6 nitong MPL Season 6. Siyempre, bago tayo umalis, papanoorin muna natin ang Realme Top 5 plays for today. Once again, Manjin Faldas, MPL Season 6. Peace out.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, who rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.